Hello, fake Alec Parker. I'm doing some organizational stuff. Mm. Mm. How are you, fake Alec Parker? Mm. 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 Great, Lorraine. Hello. How are you? I'm thinking about what to do now. If I should... Do you want some news or do you want a game? Look, it's the Spoonie one. It's the Spoonie experiment one. I want to show you something, okay? I want to show you a fragment of The Great Betrayal. The fall of the Spoonie one. The fall of Noah Antwaller.
Zone with some.
I have to think. What do you think? What do all of you think? All two of you. What do all of you think? There you go. Dr. Jones is here. Okay, Dr. Jones, you tell me. Okay, I'm just gonna... Dr. Jones, do you know Spoonie? Of the Spoonie experiment? Dr. Jones. Dr. Jones. Dr. Jones.
feeling as though Spoonie was only doing what he wanted and not what fans wanted out of him, which is true. But then I suppose there is nothing wrong with Spoonie doing that. He was a man of very specific tastes and likes, and like it or not, you were gonna get Spoonie's raw emotions, thoughts, and ideas, be they clashing interests or not. And while some might find that kind of annoying or stupid, I honestly think there is something earnest and pretty cool about that. However, Spoonie getting upset at people complaining about it or not wanting to watch all the stuff he makes is yet again a bit childish. People really need to learn to just stop fucking paying attention to the comment section. Later on, apparently people also criticized Spoonie when he did introduce some lore.
I actively respond to every single comment. I actively respond. He wasn't channel awesome. He was very... Alright.
And story elements into some of his game reviews, which is fair enough, but that criticism might have been from people who more so didn't want him to have that.
Oh, Zoshilek, Spoonie became a dark side Phil. I hear he's gotten better recently, finally out of his spiral. I saw his podcast with the actor from Phantasmagoria too. I heard that, Curtis. I watched Spoonie's review of Phantasmagoria too, and I also saw the talk with the actor. Oh yeah, he hates Trump. I want to play Phantasmagoria on stream. I don't know if it's a smart idea or not. Is it a smart idea for me to play Phantasmagoria on stream?
That sort of stuff take over his channel entirely, like his friend Linkara, with literal hours and hours of lore in between all of his reviews. So I imagine some of those criticisms were well-meaning, yet still Spoonie lashed out at all those who dared to give him any inkling of criticism. Though even with these issues and little cracks in the foundation, truth be told, they were just that, basic background stuff, because otherwise Spoonie was on top of the world, having become very popular and well-known and making some pretty serious money at that, doing what he loves. But by 2010, the first real controversial moment in Spoonie's online career would finally happen, at none other than E3.
E3.
The guy was there playing it real time.
Yeah. And so I saw the footage, and there was one word searing through my mind, like bolts of fire, and that word: betrayal. Betrayal.
I actually remember that. I remember those events as they were unfolding. I remember this. Look how embarrassed he looks. Oh my god. Betrayal! Betrayed me!
Betrayed me! This game sucks! It is not...
I wonder which XCOM is he even talking about? Which XCOM is he even talking about? Is he talking about XCOM just like the one that everybody kind of likes? Is he talking about... XCOM Enemy Unknown? Like, XCOM Enemy Unknown did not suck. super much. I don't know. Which XCOM was Spoonie talking about with the betrayal thing?
Nothing to do with XCOM. Nothing. Nothing.
Betrayal.
Like, which one? Like, I'm really curious now. Which XCOM did he lambast so hard? Like, people actually people like XCOM Enemy Within, even though with the whole RNG thing. I don't get it. I'm confused. Can anybody give me some... Well, hold on. I need a blanket. I'm cold. One moment. One moment, please. Please, one moment. Okay? What I heard is noise. Is he doing drama now? It's a retrospective. It's not really drama. It's a retrospective about a content creator that used to be, then fell, and then is not really active anymore. So you cannot even call this drama. It's like watching a retrospective on a content creator that I used to watch.
That word that echoed through the halls of E3's convention center would come to define not only that of Spoonie's career, but perhaps that
And I remember being present for all these events.
of all of Channel Awesome. But we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. All that said, this clip about Spoonie expressing his feelings, his anger about this XCOM game, the Angry Joe on the other hand really seems to think is gonna be pretty cool, quickly went viral and became sort of Spoonie's catchphrase of sorts later. But of course, I suppose we can't bring this moment up without talking about Lord Cat. Who is Lord Cat, you may be asking? Oh, he's the fella who people bring up when they make a video about Spoonie. Because Lord Cat apparently is under the impression that this moment ruined their career. And apparently any ambitions or dreams he might have had for becoming a gaming journalist. Something he expressed later on in his podcast.
Oh, indeed. We're back with part 2 of Lord Cat Live. Hour number 2. We'll be taking more of your calls in a few minutes, but a couple of things we got to talk about. Last night, I was angry. I was cranky. I was really, really fucking tired. Really overtired, and that's when I found out something, courtesy of the chat room. Found out that Noah Antweiler decided he wanted to abuse one of my fans who called him out on his bullshit. Now, I've worked with Noah before, just like I've worked with many people with that guy with the glasses. I've
Look
had a
at
lot
that.
of respect for people with that guy with the glasses, and
Betrayal.
I no longer respect Noah Antweiler.
By the way,
I used to respect him because I felt he put a
by
lot
the
of
way,
work.
I also remember that. I also remember the whole Lord Cat thing. God, I used to be too involved in this crap. I used to be too involved in these dramas of that channel, that guy with the glasses channel. Channel Awesome.
work into his videos. He put a lot of work into getting to where he was. And I thought he was a funny guy.
Ultima 9, your knowledge of the land shall be great.
thought he was original. I thought he was innovative, and I thought he deserved to be where he was. And I no longer see that. The man is
I thought he was pretty funny, actually.
possibly the single largest waste of talent I've seen in a very long time. I've seen a lot of stand-up comics do open mic nights who were genuinely in love with stand-up comedy and were funny, but they lacked a certain something that they needed to work through in order to find out what worked for them. And they were good people, but they gave up. And I am sitting here today telling you, Noah,
Give up, Noah.
you need to give up.
Give up.
You don't have what it takes to be successful. You don't have what it takes
Guyver.
to
Look
be
at all that anime.
popular. You don't have what it takes to
VHS.
make it in the world. You think you're something, but you're a fucking nobody. You live out there in your fucking desert in the middle of nowhere, proclaiming you're going to be this fucking actor somewhere, and you're too much of a bitch to move out to LA and follow your dreams.
Don't Final
You're too much of
Fantasy.
a fucking pussy.
You're a pussy.
fucking coward. Don't you fucking talk about doing stand-up comedy. I was there in the fucking trenches. I worked my ass off and I failed. You fucking talking about doing stand-up comedy. How about actually doing real stand-up comedy, you fucking coward? You're not gonna fucking do that. Go to a fucking bar on open mic night and get a fucking bottle thrown at your head, you fucking coward.
Oh my god, this is so unhinged, by the way. This was so unhinged. Mm. Nobody's commenting on the great tales of Spoonie, the Spoonie experiment.
Because you're not building anything. You're just
This is so unhinged. Get a bottle thrown. What's a paladin?
doing the same systematic thing over and over again. You do nothing for your fans, and you do nothing for the people you're associated with. And so officially, for the first time on a show, I've discussed it before, but let's discuss why I left that guy with the glasses. Now, I am breaking my agreement here with that guy with the glasses by discussing this, but I think it's time the whole world, Spoonie, heard just how much of a fucking idiot you truly are. You and that other idiot, Joe. When you were at E3 that one year, and you decided to go up and down the hallways screaming about XCOM's betrayal, and Joe decided to ask people, can I choke you on camera? Guess what happened, Spoonie? Guess what fucking happened? The whole gaming industry turned its back on me. Not you, not Joe, not Blistered Thumbs, me. I went to GDC the following year, Spoonie. I went to GDC the following year, and I had a chance to interview Notch, Mojang, Specifications, Minecraft. Had a chance. A fucking chance.
This sounds so bootleaky, by the way. This sounds so bootleaky to me. Oh, I had such a chance to interview those great people, and you ruined it by being too uppity. That sounds so pathetic, to be quite honest with you.
He was hot then. That was going to be huge for This Week in Games. That was going to be huge for the stream. It was going to be amazing. And you know what happened? The representative at Mojang caught wind that we were going to interview Notch. And he stepped in. And he said, oh, I've heard of you. You're with that guy with the glasses. You're with Blistered Thumbs. And I tried to tell them, no, I'm not. But he said my name was associated with them. And he heard what you did. Making a fucking jackass of yourself at E3. You fucking moron. So they shot it down.
Yeah, I doubt they told him, you made a fucking jackass of yourself, you fucking moron. That would be pretty unprofessional. Huge interviewing could be a fashoid. Wait, the person interviewed or the person interviewing?
And then word spread at GDC. Oh, I heard about
Oh.
you. You were the guy at E3.
Wait,
They
who's Notch? Who is Notch again? Minecraft creator, like Minecraft creator or the creator of Minecraft?
I was the guy at E3 making a jackass of everyone. I was there trying to be a legitimate member of the business of the gaming industry, and I've worked
I was trying to be legitimate business industry man.
my ass off to separate myself from you. Every time. You just don't get it. Every single fucking time. You act like a complete fucking jackass. It has repercussions for everyone you're associated with, and you don't give a shit. That's why I left that guy with the glasses. I can't fucking stand you. Bunch of fucking morons with their heads cut off running around screaming betrayal. I want to choke you. Can I choke you on camera? You're a fucking idiot.
This goes on for another hour, by
Jesus Christ. And the
the way, and before the whole thing is done, Lord Cat has said that Spoonie has a small penis.
small penis is weird. The small penis thing is weird.
He's one of the worst pieces of shit that he's ever met in his entire life, and yeah, basically that he hopes
What is Mojang?
he fucking dies a painful death. Now, for a while, because of this, others would go on to, once again, point to this moment as something reckless and dumb Spoonie had done. And maybe that was somewhat true, but it was also pretty damn funny, and had absolutely nothing to do with Lord Cat's career not going anywhere. Even Angry Joe, who arguably suffered the worst of this exchange, since he's clearly visibly embarrassed at the attention Spoonie was attracting when he started yelling, went out of his way to argue with Lord Cat on this point, stating on Twitter, quote, "I think it's pretty cowardly for you to grossly twist things out of context on your podcast without anyone there to defend themselves at Lord Cat. I had no problem with you, actually considered you a cool dude, but realizing what you really think of me is sad. I'm unfollowing you, Lord Cat. Your rant against Spoonie, where you referenced me and had your facts wrong about me asking to choke someone, was a step too far. You were never with me or around me at E3. Taking hearsay as truth, considered you a friend once. I wish you and your fans the best, and your position in the gaming industry is whatever you make of it. It's not Spoonie's fault or anyone else's fault but yours. Grow up," unquote. And I'll actually double down on this as well, because I feel that this moment was truly emblematic of what people liked about him, and actually many of the people from thatguyoftheglasses.com, because this moment was emblematic of something that many of them had. Earnest, if not slightly cringy, sincerity. Past all the characters and jokes and what have you, when it came to talking about new movies or games or whatever's coming out, these people were not afraid to speak their minds, and express some hot takes too. Takes I sometimes even highly disagree with, but that I usually can at least respect as being just how they genuinely feel. This is important, especially if we're talking about gaming journalism, since before that time, and really still now, normal gaming journalism is not something that is ever really considered trustworthy. These people were really the forerunners of what would become a
because-
generalized movement on the internet, of people discussing, reviewing, and
Like, gaming journalism is not considered trustworthy because people are just cowards, like this Lord Cat guy that just wanted to be prime and proper and get a big chance for an interview. Yesterday you watched a video about cars in Cyberpunk, and today I got 8-minute video about garbage, like literally garbage as in waste trash in Cyberpunk. It's my YouTube page. What? What's the video about garbage? What? Wait, who made it? Who made the video about the garbage and why? What? Okay, I have so many questions about that video now. What? What's with the Zelensky face, Dr. Jones? I know about Minecraft. I know Minecraft it exists and that people like it. I don't know the lore of Minecraft. Oh, in Polish only.
Documenting content and art and media of all sorts, not to sell copies of said art and media, but for the sheer sake of it. And while sometimes these same people can be pretty fucking cringe and have some pretty bad takes about things in general too, it comes off as much more genuine than the manufactured slop of sites like IGN, GameSpot, and many of the magazines that would try to attempt to do the same thing. Spoonie and Angry Joe got to take a look at the next upcoming game in a franchise. Angry Joe thought it looked pretty cool, and Spoonie thought it looked like absolute shit, and was not afraid of just telling everyone what he thought about it. No beating around the bush, just honest opinions. And so Spoonie, yelling out like this, in my opinion, was actually pretty based. Unprofessional, sure, but I appreciate it all the same.
Yeah.
However, there is an event the year after this, in 2011, that would prove to be much more detrimental to
He was
Spoonie
pretty raw. He wasn't as fake as the gaming media are.
as a whole as time would come to show, and that was his girlfriend Scarlett breaking up with him. While the details surrounding this breakup are not well known, at the end of the day, Scarlett left Spoonie and quickly cut ties with him entirely, and that included being the webmaster of his site. After this event, Spoonie
I
seemed
think
to
people accused his girlfriend. I don't know. I think people said that Scarlett, his girlfriend, was trans or something.
become
I
extremely
remember
depressed
something like
surrounding
that.
this breakup. Are not well known, at the end of the day, Scarlett left Spoonie and quickly cut ties with him entirely, and that included being the webmaster of his site. After this event,
I also remember that happening. I don't know what the context was for that.
Spoonie seemed to become extremely depressed and fall deeper into some of those
This is a very cute dog. I remember really liking his dog Oreo. I remember being very sad when this video says that at some point here the dog dies, and I don't know. I feel really sad.
bad
Look at
habits
that dog. That dog looks really cute. The dog's name was Oreo.
he displayed before, from lashing out at others to some of his
Look how attentively he looks at him. Look at him. Look at the little ear.
vlogs turning into full-on
Very cute
drunk
dog.
rants, with one particular example being when Spoonie would do a rant on Twilight Breaking Dawn Part 1, paired up alongside Linkara and Jiwario.
Yeah, Jiwario had some weird. Oh God, was it pedophilia scandal? Why do big content creators always end up having some weird pedophilia scandals under their belt? I don't know if he stopped taking the medication. I think he was still taking it. I'm not sure about the stopping taking the.
And during this, Spoonie begins to completely break down, as he begins to reminisce on how he and Scarlett had watched all the other Twilight movies in the theater, and how much fun they had riffing on them. And before long, the weight of it all, and a mixture of the Black Kraken drum and Canadian Club whiskey next to him, I'm sure, starts to finally kick in.
That was one of the worst pieces of shit I ever seen in my life, and this was worse.
So I take it you liked it.
I'm so tired.
The thing is, you knew it was going to be a crap movie going.
No, because okay, for those of you who don't know, I needed someone to like be here just to make sure I don't do something stupid. So that's why I've got Linkara and Jiwario via conference call right now.
Look at the dog.
Okay, don't give me this thing where like, oh, you knew it was going to be bad when you walked in the door. Okay, that's partially true, but
I remember this too.
I haven't said.
I'm watching a retrospective on a very popular content creator back in the day that did reviews of movies, games, and stuff like that. The Spoonie one.
36 hours.
And yes, I also remember this.
Oh, sorry.
And I so didn't want to go see this movie because the last 3 years, Scarlett and I would go to see these movies,
Jesus.
and they were like the best date nights we ever had. Was these fucking movies because they were so fucking funny. They're fucking hilarious. So like they're bad, but I love the Twilight movies. But like there was
Look at
nothing
Oreo
redeemable
in the
about it. There
background.
wasn't
Look at
even
the
funny
doggy.
clips.
Very
And
cute.
This piece of shit.
This wasn't an enjoyable kind
Playing
of
with the
bad movie.
toy.
No, nothing happens in this fucking
Look.
movie. Nothing happens. I seriously have an emergency store of booze, Like, I don't drink. I don't. Like, you've probably seen, like, everyone's gone drinking at the crossovers.
Twilight
I don't drink.
go to guilty pleasure.
I never got into it, but, like, I keep some around for guests, and because, like, there might be a day when I physically need a drink, and this is, like,
1 hour later.
I suppose I should wrap this up. I don't even know how long. I can't even read the number. I think I've been going on for an hour and 21 minutes. If that's okay. Do you have any questions for me, like, while I'm completely hammered out of my mind?
No, I mean...
Jesus Christ, Todd. Completely hammered out of my mind.
About...
Any
Are you
questions?
going to see the second one? Well, you're kind of obligated.
Well, I gotta know how it ends, right? Fuck. You know what? Honestly, no. Most of the fun... I'm gonna get kind of morose on you for a second, but, like, most of the fun of going seeing these Twilight movies, and the reason I didn't want to go see this one, is because I was going with somebody, and I could make jokes about it with Scarlett, and that was the most fun I ever had, was making jokes about this movie with someone, and I just don't have any friends, and, like, she's gone, and I don't... It's just me watching this really fucking boring movie, and there's no joy in it. It's
I
so...
get you, though, in fairness, you got us. We'll talk to you about it.
But you didn't even go see it.
Of course not. It's a piece of shit.
Of course, exactly, right?
See it to know that.
I don't even know who goes to the theater. The theater was fucking packed. I can understand that, but it really is a matter of sharing it with somebody that I was really missing this time. That's why I needed you guys for this thing, because it would have been really sad for me to be like sitting here at this table just like bitching about it drunkenly on my own. I just needed somebody to kind of bounce this shit off of. So I thank you guys for being here. So like,
It is not a problem, man. It was a lot of fun.
It is genuinely sad to see how much this had affected Spoonie, and seeing Lewis try and comfort his friend as he shows this incredible vulnerability, while it all really is a perfect moment in time before what came next. Because you see, Spoonie's zitter activities seemed to increase a ton after Scarlett left him. Once again, him ranting and getting into fights with people, and frankly, sharing a lot about himself, including the fact that he was bipolar. That's not to throw shade at that disorder, of course, but I will say that knowing that does explain some of the future events to come. One such case being tweets like these where Spoonie just kind of bemoans his own existence and how alone he is. Quote, "Just another night, completely wasted in the dark, staring helplessly at a blank computer screen and cursing my own existence." On that note, one of the only things Spoonie felt love and care for was his dog Oreo, who is a really fucking cute dog. But for Spoonie, everything else was crashing down around him. He was spiraling down a pit of despair that seemed to have no clear way of climbing out. And this only made people either want to help him more, troll him more, or turn away from him entirely, not wanting to see the mess of the man he was now. And no matter the response, Spoonie would lash out, complaining about those that left him, angry at those trolling him, and snippy at those who did try to help him, insisting that he didn't need any, in spite of it.
I
being
remember
quite
he got
obvious
angry.
that he did. This would finally all reach a boiling
He would get angry at people that would try to support him as fans, that would try to support him in getting into a better place. That was actually pretty painful to see.
point, however, a point of no return, in but one single tweet, one that would come to define the rest of his online career. Quote, "At Jesu Otaku, you know."
And yes, this is the thing that Zoshelix was talking about the basement and loving a person his way.
If things don't work out with you and at Nash076, I'd be happy to chain you up to a pipe in my basement and love you.
Jesus
My way
Christ.
of loving someone is dirty and painful and ends in tears. Unquote. Now, for a bit of context, Jesu Otaku was another contributor to ThatGuyWithTheGlasses.com, reviewing anime and the like, and Nash was her boyfriend, who had a podcast that was also on the site, and Spoonie had just made a joke about chaining her up to his basement and, loving her his way. Now, why he decided to tweet this is fucking anyone's guess. Both the context of everything that was going on in his life, and how he was in a constant state of spiraling. I have near no doubt he posted this while drunk as all hell. However, this is still no excuse, and his actions ended up having some consequences. The
My
first
way
of
of
those
loving
would be
someone is
another
dirty.
ThatGuyWithTheGlasses.com site contributor, Obscurus Lupa, responding, and this
Also,
would be another that guy excuse. I have near no doubt he posted
okay, not to be an asshole, okay? I have an asshole gene. I have a Polish gene that makes me a bit of an asshole. Konrad would know. Konrad is a total asshole and understands me in this. But when Noah Antwellers wrote, "My way of loving someone is dirty and painful and ends in tears," I kind of want to ask, who's the one crying? The person he's with or himself? Okay? Now I kind of want to know. Who would be the one crying? Okay, that's evil. That's bad. Thank God nobody's watching right now. Thank God nobody's here to listen to me entertain such humor. Such evil, evil humor. Okay, good. Nobody wrote anything in the comments, meaning that nobody really heard that. Good.
To this while drunk
This weird joke of mine dies together with, I don't know. Maybe I'll
is all hell. However, this is still no excuse, and his actions ended up having some consequences.
and clipped. No.
The first of those would be another ThatGuyWithTheGlasses.com site contributor, Obscurus Lupa, responding and
I remember
having
that.
a fight about the whole thing. It all ending with Spoonie falling back into self-pity and anguish again, with him stating the following in response. Quote, "Is there a punishment harsh enough for scum as loathsome
Okay,
as
this is just weird. This is just weird.
me? I really don't know what else I need to do. I've apologized, I've begged. Is it blood you want? Tears? I could rend my clothes asunder and wear a sackcloth, flagellate myself with a barbed
Oh yeah,
wire."
this person was addicted from Twitter. I don't know if you can tell, but this person had a big addiction around Twitter.
I can do it. I will. I mean, God, I made a bad joke. I'm sorry. I'm fucked up. At Jesu Otaku, at Obscurus Lupa, I'm sorry already. Please take my penis. Burn it. I'm worse than Hitler. I should roast in hell if there is a pit deep enough for my sin. I beg for forgiveness, knowing full well I wouldn't be worth pissing on if my face was on fire." Unquote. This being a pretty over-the-top and rather sarcastic apology. Now, mind you, as far as I'm aware, Jesu Otaku never actually responded themselves to this tweet, and so there are some that felt as though Obscurus Lupa was getting upset on someone else's behalf, while others feel like it was the right thing to do, calling out his behavior. However, all the same, Spoonie would come to greatly regret this tweet, as it seemed as though this was enough for 1 month later, on June 21st of 2012, for Spoonie and That Guy with the Glasses to officially part ways with one another, ending out one of the site's most popular and prolific creators and collaborators. And while on both sides, they seem to give the answer for this breakup being a simple mutual agreement that they had no bad blood and they simply no longer needed to work together after all this time, we all know that's mostly the business-friendly answer. Once again, looking at all the context of what built up to this moment, and seeing as how this was announced just 1 month after his Jesu Otaku incident, I think it's pretty clear why That Guy with the Glasses didn't want to associate with him for their greater brand and image anymore. There was more than likely a lot of behind-the-scenes talking and perhaps even arguments over the whole thing. Though there is at least some truth to the fact that Spoonie admittingly didn't need ThatGuyWithTheGlasses.com anymore.
Got
since his channel
fired.
was doing quite well, and there was no longer any threat of copyright takedowns and the like for simple game reviews. Things had changed so
Yeah, but
rapidly.
not like Spoonie. I spent too much time on Twitter doing it. Not like Spoonie. Like when I say that he had an addiction, a Twitter addiction, I mean that he would just write crazy things. At some point, he created an account for his dog, and then role played as his dog, and then wrote crazy things on both his account and on his dog's account. The guy with the glasses had bigger problems anyway, true. That guy with the glasses had much bigger problems. And Spoonie is not even a rapist, quote unquote. He just wrote a really weird tweet, okay? I feel like bigger rapists is like a very, it's a bit unfair to Spoonie, okay? Because, to compare him to actual real predators, okay? I don't know. I don't think Spoonie was a bad guy at the end of the day. I really don't. Maybe there's something that I don't get or understand, but I really don't think he was a bad guy at the end of the day. Yeah.
From then to now. Really, while the site had been very useful,
I don't know. Like people lambasted him. There is somewhere around here. There's this angry post that he did about his girlfriend being. Where are we? 140.06. There's this angry thing that he wrote about his girlfriend being insulted, and I don't know. I actually genuinely listening to it now. Watching the thing about it now, I feel like it was kind of nice actually of him. I don't know, maybe I have weird standards, but I feel like what he did was kind of nice. Yeah, I know. And the whole Wario guy that was mentioned here, I think he had some real creepy scandals under his belt. The Jew Wario guy. I think he had some really creepy scandal. I just don't remember what the scandal was.
Asking Spoonie for this particular message. And sure, maybe it wasn't the smartest thing to do, especially for those fun.
Oh, there you go. Hold on.
If able,
Hold on.
ones.
'Cause I don't know. I feel like this was a nice thing for him to
bit of a
do.
rough patch, as some personal issues started bubbling over, that we'll get to shortly. But first and foremost, at the same time, he was also wrapping up his Final Fantasy VIII review, and preparing to move out of his parents' home. His recording equipment began to break down during this time, leaving him wondering if he could continue his show. His ending to the Final Fantasy VIII review, where he dies, was actually in preparation for the show possibly coming to an end there, but he managed to get his equipment taken care of, thankfully. He then moved out into his own place with his then girlfriend Scarlett, who he cared for a great deal, and was particularly protective of, with the best example of this being—
I mean, being protective of your loved ones, I don't think that's a bad thing. All right. Yeah. I don't know. Look at this. Like, okay, we're gonna watch a letter, right? We're gonna watch an angry post he wrote, and you tell me if it was as bad, as cringy and horrible as people said it was. I actually don't think so.
when in 2010, Spoonie had won the title of the funniest person to follow online by Mashable.com. While not some crazy thing, I do think that it was a title that Spoonie was greatly honored by, and thus wanted to celebrate his award with a commemorative video, where his girlfriend Scarlett presented him with a trophy of the award. However, this video is completely lost media, as it was taken down mere hours after its release, and the reason for this is because people were mocking his girlfriend for her appearance, which resulted in not only Spoonie deleting deleting the video, but taking to his site's forums to lash at his audience and those that mocked her, all within this following message. Quote, "An appeal for manners. I debated with myself a long time on whether or not to post anything about this matter. I thought I might be feeding the trolls, but I think this needs to be addressed. First of all, thank you all for the extraordinary support and well wishes this year that helped me win the Open Web Award of Funniest Person of the Year. I'm truly touched and honored by your support, and I hope that I'll continue to earn it. That said, the celebration has tainted a great deal for me because of a few bad eggs out there who continue to post cruel and hateful things on the blog and on the forums. I'm very, very upset right now. In fact, some of the comments lately have left me completely outraged. I've taken down my latest video and I don't intend to remake it because honestly, I'm not in the mood. I don't feel like being funny, and you don't want to see me in front of the camera right now. These wanton emotional attacks on hard-working innocent people have to stop. I don't mind if you come after me, in a way. I open myself up to it. I prefer if you didn't insult me, of course, but I can take it. Where I draw the line is when you make hateful, ignorant comments against my friends, family, and loved ones. These belligerent, crude comments have caused more harm than you know. It's not fair. It's not warranted. There's no call to ever say such awful things to anyone, and I'm tired of it. And I know I'm only—
I don't know. I think it's kind of nice to defend the person that is close to you. You know? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you think so?
addressing a scant few people out there.
I don't know,
have
I think it's
thousands
a
and
nice
thousands
thing.
of fans, almost all of whom are astoundingly generous, kind, and supportive. I know you're good people.
And he even says, I know most of my fans are nice. I know most of my fans are good. I just don't appreciate those who attack my, partner. I think, I don't know. It's just, and people got angry at him for this. Yeah. It's weird. It's weird that people got angry at him for this. It's bizarre to me.
I never get to thank these fans enough. It sucks that I have to stop the presses, drag the whole party down, and give these cowards the attention they don't deserve. I hope you'll all pay close attention when I tell you this. This site has a bad reputation. The people I work with don't like it when I post their videos here, because they tell me the fans here are downright petty and childishly mean, and I don't know what to tell them. My moderators and admins work overtime filtering out hate speech. I can understand that some of you don't like other video producers. It's all a matter of personal preference, but that's no reason to use sadistic speech picking on people's weight, looks, religion, ethnicity, or anything else. I simply can't believe that we live in an age where people are capable of such pig ignorance and shallow hatred. These aren't the kinds of fans I want or need. If you don't like something that I post on the site, fine, you can voice your disapproval, but you can do so—
I don't know, it feels like that also actually feels like an attempt at moderating your community, at controlling, it's trying to, you know what I mean?
in a rational manner, without resorting to bullying, infantile insults. I want this site to be a place for fun and for laughs. I want people to be able to come here and feel safe and welcome. I don't want people coming here feeling like they have to guard themselves for war with a bunch of whiny pre-adolescents who only know how to spit bile. If you can't learn to at least be civil, please leave. You're not wanted here, and you're making everyone else look bad.
I think
We're
that's
all
fair.
here to have fun. Please try to remember that. Unquote. Now, here's the thing. I've seen a lot of videos and articles and opinions from people in general, really lambasting Spoonie for this particular message. And sure, maybe it wasn't the smartest thing to do, especially lashing out at his fans, even if it was just a select few, or frankly, giving attention to those who probably simply did not deserve to get that sort of attention. However, if there was something he was gonna get mad about, I think people mocking his girlfriend over how she looks is at least understandable, and I'd say there's nothing wrong with Spoonie standing up for his woman. Again, the smart choice would be to ignore such comments, or frankly, if you can, even keep your personal life and relationships away from your career and professions. But at the same time, I'm not necessarily going to fault Spoonie for having what is the normal human response to people insulting someone that you care about.
Yeah, but I think it goes. Also, this post went beyond just him being angry about the girlfriend being. He also said that people that he works with got insulted. Other creators got insulted.
However, the greater context does matter if you're wondering why so many people point to this moment as being a major shift in Spoonie.
Okay, let's go.
See, in the forums of Spoonie's site, he had begun to get a bit of a
We were
godsend,
here.
really, to these creators at its inception. His
We were here.
usefulness by this point was mostly in marketing and working alongside all these other established and very popular creators. A privilege and no longer a necessity is what I'm saying. But regardless of whatever behind-the-scenes
But
conversations
yes, they broke up. I don't know.
The
What
era of
happened there?
Spoonie being with that guy at theglasses.com was over. And so you might be thinking, man, so is this where the downward spiral really hits its bottom? Well, actually, no, interestingly enough. See, despite what someone may say, Spoonie's story is anything but a straightforward path. Because while Spoonie had just lost his biggest creative group and was now on his own, this was about the time Lordcat would also make his issues known about Spoonie and the betrayal incident. Spoonie, on the other hand, was still making videos, and he was still on friendly terms with Doug Walker and Lewis as well, for quite some time, and would even make cameos and the like in both of their videos for the next couple years. Though eventually, the three creators at some point did all start to drift apart. Something that is genuinely sad to see, as the three of them certainly worked very well off of one another, and I'm sure many would sort of consider them the three musketeers of the site, if ever there was any. Not only that, but a lot of people actually took Spoonie's side in this whole controversy, with many people feeling as though the joke, while definitely in extremely bad taste, was not enough for him to be kicked off the entire website and from his friend group. And so when Spoonie went full-on independent and even opened up a Patreon, it all ended up being quite successful. On top of that, in 2012, Spoonie would also get a new girlfriend named April, who would appear in some of his videos and vlogs from time to time, with the two bouncing off of each other, and for some time, this did seem to help greatly with Spoonie's mental state. And despite once again many people lashing at her, she, for the most part, didn't seem as bothered by it, at least for now, and would become a major pillar in Spoonie's life. By 2013, Spoonie would buy a new house in Aurora, Illinois, outside of Chicago, alongside April. He was also making a lot of consistent content, and while a lot of it was vlogs and stuff, he still did do a lot of game reviews. And hell, when he did do them, they were actually getting a lot better. He was evolving as a creator. They were more funny, and actually pretty damn informative too. And they were getting longer as well. And it was during this era that he released what I consider to be the apex of all his content, his Ultima.
Ultima,
series
yeah, I love
retrospective.
that.
I grew up playing computer games back before we had Windows, before we had graphic interfaces, back when we were still stuck on a DOS command line. We didn't use mice, and our monitors had exactly one color. Well, two if you counted black. The story of the Ultima series is as old as computer gaming itself, and it stretches all the way to present day with one of the longest running and most enduring MMORPGs around. And I'm going to take you on the same ride I did from beginning to end. Long years ago, back in caveman time, super nerd Richard Garriott, best known to his friends as Lord British, kept up a hobby of coding his own games, modeled after his tabletop Dungeons & Dragons hobby. The first game was Akalabeth, World of Doom. Damn, that artwork
Yeah,
is
Lord
badass.
Cat was
Now,
weird.
to be honest, I never actually played
A
this game
weirdo.
until the late 90s when it came as an extra on the Ultimate
Is
Collection
Lord
CD.
Cat even a creator still? Is Lord Cat even still a thing? I want to look him up. Is Lord Cat still even does this even exist? Lord Cat. Is he even still a thing? Yes, I'm transgender. My name is Felicia. I don't think Felicia is Lord Cat. Is it? Is this Lord Cat? Is this the same person? Who is this then? I don't get it. Who is Felicia Mirabel? Only one video. But still a lot more subs than I. One video and 5k subs. How is this? Whatever, I'm not gonna be bitter. I'm not gonna be bitter and jealous. I don't think there's any... I think they're gone. I think Lord Cat is gone. Oh, there you go. Lord Cat Live. The channel Awesome Super Cat episode 1. Weird.
ROM. See, the Akalabeth was made in 1980, and I wasn't even born yet. Most gamers call Akalabeth Ultima Zero, but really it doesn't have anything to do with the overall Ultima storyline. It's more of an example of Garriott experimenting and perfecting gameplay elements for Ultima 1.
Now, as I've noted, Ultima is a series that I've never played myself, and frankly, if it were not for Spoony, I'm not sure I would have ever known about it, since it's not really a series I hear talked about all that much these days despite its rather influential and interesting contributions to the genre of RPG in general. Now, bearing that in mind, Spoony would go on to review each and every entry in the Ultima series, in what are
I love those
genuinely some of the
videos,
most interesting
actually.
videos he's ever made.
I really
Maybe
like...
part of that is that they remind me of a time back when I used to watch Angry Video Game Nerd, and not
It's
really
made
know
me-
about or be familiar with nearly any of
These
the games
reviews actually made me want to try Ultima. Maybe I should play... Should I play Ultima on stream?
he was talking about. But because of that, it felt like really learning about something new and interesting. And more than anything, their passion and anger comes across so much more real. You could tell some of the jokes and things Spoony complains about or talks about throughout this series retrospective are stuff that has been rattling around his brain for years at this point. It's pretty cool too, because I'm pretty sure Spoony was one of, if not the first YouTuber to really give this series the time of day and retrospective of this kind. And by the end of 2013, he even got to interview the game series creator, Lord British,
Lord British.
which was pretty cool.
Hello, George
Talk about Shroud of the
Pendragon.
Avatar, his new game.
Oh, George Pendragon. Okay. You're not here very often, but are you new? Are you new to the stream? I'm not sure if you're new to the stream. Another game to add to your backlog. Yay, true. Game! Ultima is a whole series. It has 9 games. You mean games to add to my backlog. But yeah, George, are you new? Kind of. Oh, so how did you find the stream? I think I might have asked you this in the past, but how did you find the stream? I have to ask. Okay. Oh, I have to switch to live chat from top chat. I always ask new viewers. The QC. So Brooks, yeah? Yeah. That's cool. So what do you think of my streams? Do you like them? Do you dislike them? How do they compare to those of Brooks? Huh.
I'm here because they met their Kickstarter goal. I was met as one of the highest Kickstarter goals because I'm worth it.
Worth every penny.
In fact, we wouldn't be here if they hadn't put my name on the Kickstarter. You must admit that.
No, well, it has to be true. I mean, as a fanboy myself of the Spoony experiment and all things Spoony, it was, we
Wow.
tried to put those high level
That's not a very humble man.
goals, the things that we're fans of ourselves, we know their fans are fans of as well, and I gotta admit it, yes.
See, and it's only right that they involve me in this because I'm the guy who by far knows way more. In this room, I'm the guy who knows way more about Ultima than anyone else. But so yeah, when it comes to this series, Richard, what made you want to start making good games again?
Whoa, yeah, well, it's been a while since I've made one of
What a question to ask.
those good games, apparently.
What made you stop making shitty games?
And I thought if I want to continue to be successful in this business, a good game would be a better idea than a bad game. Now,
However, the clear standout in this whole retrospective is when we get the hour-and-a-half long review of Ultima 9, which Spoonie himself notes is the real reason he started this whole retrospective.
What
Because
are
he
your
wanted
courses
to
on?
understand the games he grew up with and have the proper context for why this game in particular was so fucking bad. And there is some pretty damn funny lines throughout this review, with the standout joke in my opinion actually being the betrayal counter that he has throughout the first part of the review, mostly because there's something so visceral, almost venomously personal, about every flaw in the game not just simply being a flaw, but an act of pure betrayal in his eyes.
No joke. This is the worst fucking game I ever played in my life. And I know how that sounds. I know I say that all the time, probably. And I know you could probably point to other games that are worse in individual respects, like Pumpkinhead or something like that. I've raged against them, but it's just everything. And I don't even know what to say. It's very easy to describe and very difficult at the same time. I guess the way I could put it is, I've never seen a worse story told more poorly.
History. Did you know that I am also kind of a history streamer? You probably know this. You probably know that my interest is in history. And as I said yesterday, I found a book called The Anti-Communism of Socialists. It is a very interesting book about the dynamics of the Polish socialists and the Polish communists. The book sniff. It's very good. I highly recommend it.
In a video game. There's just so much more to it than that. And
Can I tell you
more poorly in a
Can I tell you how I really like those old-timey big boxes for games? I love those big boxes for old games. Like there was it was part of the fun of buying games, getting this big box in which the game was filled with booklets and stuff. Yeah. Although I don't know if the book exists outside of the Polish language.
video game. There's just so much more to it than that, and I don't even want to play it. I don't want to. I would seriously rather staple my dick to a burning log than even remember that this game exists. When I play, I suppose I have to, though, right? I suppose I'm obligated, and I suppose it's the reason I started doing this whole thing. Because you needed context. You needed context. You needed to see all of the games leading up to this.
But don't worry. Even if it's only in Polish, I am going to discuss these things. Oh yeah, I've got an announcement to make for all the people that are on stream right now. Okay, a big announcement for all the 6 viewers that are here right now. I have a conversation with a streamer on next Wednesday, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in the US. That will be 7 p.m. my time. That will be 6 p.m. 7 viewers. Okay, thank you. Sorry, apologies. That will be 6 p.m. English time. Counterpoints. I'm going to have a discussion/debate with counterpoints on socialism. See, I'm gonna have my thing. Gonna have me on for a one-on-one conversation on his stream, and we're gonna be debating socialism. See, I'm gonna be the defender of socialism, so I have to really kick my reading into gear. I'm gonna have to read all the. I actually have 3 books. Okay, I have 3 books that I wanna get through before this conversation. One is called The Socialists of Poland, self-explanatory. The second one is The Communists of Poland, and the third one is called The Anti-Communism of the Socialists, which is I think once I have these 3 under my belt, I'm gonna be properly equipped to sort of discuss the topic that I wanna, to make my point, to make the case that I wanna make. What do you think? Any thoughts? Also, I'm gonna try to squeeze in the topic of Ukraine and the children. Whoa, why talk to a Space Marine though? I don't know. It's like an avenue of. I feel like I'm a very isolated streamer. Okay, I feel like I don't talk to anybody. I don't do any discussions or debates or anything, which I feel like it's detrimental to the Lucy Haza growth. I don't know. What do you think? Fake Alec Kyle Parker, if you're still here, because you said hello to people and just left. Dr. Johns, what do you think? Greater Rain, what do you think? Zoshalix, George, Persönliche. Well, in the Polish context, it's a little bit more complicated than that. It was they saw what the Soviet Union project was becoming, and they associated communism. They saw the communist movement in Poland was very pro-Soviet Union, and the socialism movement in Poland was very anti-Soviet Union, and basically the clash between socialism and communism became a struggle along those lines. Oh, I asked, what do you think of the potential conversation? Yeah, because the Polish socialists were championing Polish sovereignty, existence of states as into individual countries that had their freedom. They were big proponents of the parliamentary democratic system through which people could move towards a better system. Yeah, between me and Counterpoints. I think it could be interesting if it doesn't turn into a shit show. I mean, I don't think it will. I don't think any of my conversations with people have ever turned into a shit. Listen, if my conversation with Chud Logic has not turned into a shit show and he started he started antagonistic against me. He started the conversation by trying to be antagonistic to me. So, and that did not change into a shit show. Then I don't, you know. Like, I was able to have a pretty regular conversation with Chad Logic, and he thought I must reported him and did a crazy unhinged video about him, so I think it'll be fine. The more of a question is if I can make my case well. Uh, wait, hold on. Hold on. Oh wait, I have to. Wait. Wait, hold on. Where's the... I'm looking for something. Where's the... This is thoughts on Omori. What was Omori? Hold on. Oh, I don't actually know. The game? Do you mean the game? I actually don't know this game very much. You mean the game, right? I actually don't know this game very much. I should... To form any thoughts, I would have to actually play it. I haven't played it. This year should feel... I think it should be good. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like it will be good. I feel like the conversation will be good. I feel like I should have more conversation. Is there anybody that you'd like me to have a conversation with? That's a question for my live chat. That's a question for my audience. Lovely audience of viewers. People say it's sad or something, right? I don't know. Because I actually have not played it. So I don't know. Also, what do you... If you have a person that you'd like me to talk to... Brooks? But Brooks doesn't want to talk to me. You know?
See how great they were to fully understand just what an unmitigated atrocity Ultima 9 turned out to be. Real issues can be fixed. Here, it was the storyline. The complete betrayal of a fucking storyline. The biggest betrayal.
Actually, I feel that. I feel like when you play a game, the story is really good, it establishes some things, and then the next game just destroys it. For me, that was even Parasite Eve 1 and Parasite Eve 2. In Parasite Eve 1, you go through all these trials and tribulations, you learn magic, you become an established cop, you save the entire city, if not the world. And then comes part 2, that is the direct sequel of Parasite Eve 1, and suddenly everybody calls the protagonist a rookie, a beginner, and you forget all your magic and all your things from the first game. And also they changed the genre from a cool RPG with real-time elements to a shooter like Resident Evil, which for me was a miss.
Betrayal ever inflicted on a loyal fan base up until Spider-Man cut a deal with fucking Mephisto. It was such a big betrayal that everyone involved with the design of this fucking game belongs frozen to the waist on the ninth circle of hell, getting cornholed in the eye sockets by pineapple dick demons from now until the end of fucking time. This is the worst, most insulting game I ever played in my fucking life, and it can go right the hell along with them. We're about to jump balls deep into it, so get ready, motherfuckers, it's gonna get loud. I'm completely unaware that's even happened. Betrayal! But the guy talking to you talks like it just happened a few minutes ago, which may not seem like that big of a mistake to get all that worked up about, except for the fact that the guy making this mistake is the fucking Time Lord! Betrayal!
I don't think they exist.
What the fuck? Now what is this shit? Look, all my skills are at novice. Strength is weak, dex is clumsy, and intelligence is fuck you! Where'd all my shit go? The magic shit I got from Pagan. The obscene magical powers. At the end of Pagan you become the Titan of fucking Ether, the god of all magic, and now my intelligence is dim. This game sucks!
You're the god of magic, but your intelligence is dim. Ghost Recon 2 versus Ghost Recon 1. Like they took one of the best tactical shooters and turned it into shitty third-person Call of Duty. Yeah, I know that. Like that's, you can know what he's talking about when he feels betrayed about a game destroying a series. Huh. Oh my god.
The Codex of Ultimate Wisdom?
The Codex of Ultimate Wisdom?
The Avatar has to ask what the fucking Codex? No! No! No, ask what
Yes, I hate it when characters that are supposedly knowledgeable, they went through all of these experiences, they went through all of these adventures, suddenly ask about the most basic of stuff. I can understand that this game is trying to be friendly to new players, but there are better ways to go around it than to turn an experienced character that went through, I assume, 8 games before, suddenly becomes a dim-witted idiot that doesn't know the basic things about the world that he inhabits. Does that make sense?
fucking Codex? No! No! No, it's a...
That being said, the real reason I think this video is his magnum opus is for the various on-screen rants and the story that he weaves before us, that being of the memories he holds dear to him of him and his brother, and ultimately, why this game makes him so mad.
How many of these books?
I don't have a very good memory.
My memory sucks as well. Mandatory amnesia subplot which explains why they lost all their magic and have to ask everyone basic questions like, what's money and how do I walk forward? True. I don't know if amnesia was a thing in Ultima 9 though. Right? I actually think you have a pretty decent memory, Lucy. I suppose it depends on what... People always told me that I have good memory about things that are not important. Like, I would reminisce on things. Hey, remember when we did this together? Or do you remember when we went there together? Or remember when you said this and I replied with that? And people will usually say, no, I don't remember. You really remember very insignificant things. To which I usually thought to myself, but those are things that sort of, in my mind, were important things that defined how we relate to one another. Pretty important memories between us. Is there not insignificant little nonsensical things? The summation of those nonsensical moments are why we are where we are. I don't know why, but my stomach hurts right now. My stomach started hurting. I don't know why.
You know, I've heard people like can remember the names of their teachers from elementary school. I don't. You know, I'm bad with.
Okay. My grandfather had an excellent memory. He did not just remember his teacher's name from the elementary school. He remembered every single classmate's name and surname from elementary school in alphabetical order. And he didn't attend 1 billion anniversaries, reunions, etc. He just remembered it. He just kept remembering it. He just kept remembering the entire list of his primary school class in alphabetical order for some reason. That's crazy. It's crazy, I think.
Faces. I'm bad with names, really. And I don't even know how early most people have, you know, memories. But probably one of my earliest memories is around the age of, must have been 3 or 4. We just moved to Arizona, and my dad was an engineer, and we had this new thing. It was this monochrome computer, 5 1/4 inch floppies, and it was the craziest thing because it could do word processing and it could do spreadsheets.
I love those
and my dad
huge floppies.
Would work from home.
The
which,
big
again, was
floppy
this new
disks.
thing. You know, you didn't have to use a typewriter.
Which wobbled.
So, but when he was at work, my older brother and I would play on it, and we only had one game. It's probably the first computer game I ever played, and it was Ultima 3. I didn't play the earlier ones until a lot later, but yeah, we played Ultima 3, and my brother would play it with me. He taught me how to play, and I was so young I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. Like, I didn't know the story, and even if he told me, I wouldn't have understood. But, like, you know, all I knew there was bad guys on the screen. And
Why?
made guys
Why
do
is
it.
Arizona a nightmare?
But he'd explain what's going on, and you know, eventually I kind of knew. You know, I knew it's very basic. I knew enough to he'd let me play it on my own. He'd let me play his characters on my own and let me level them up and, you know, just get gold because he needed gold. You know, get the exotic weapons and stuff like that. And he didn't get mad if I got his characters killed, and I did that a lot. And he put a lot of time. We all put a lot of time into this, but you know, I was 3 or 4. You know, it's gonna happen. But we got so wiped out the first time we went into Castle Exodus by the floor. You know, there'd be dragons and demons in there, and they could do this thing that
So
was
wholesome,
your character could be
right?
dead or incinerated. And if he was incinerated, you needed like the highest level magic to bring him back. You
Wholesome.
needed a great holy man. And but the thing that kicked our asses was the floor. We must have gotten wiped out.
The floor kicked his ass.
Like 6, 7, 8 times. And
Huh.
we played we played everything. We played Ultima 4, and I was older, of course, and he helped me understand the story and how it was different and what I was doing. You know, I don't know if people. It's basically how I learned to read. Was the Ultima games. You know, I wouldn't recommend it as a course, but that's just how it went. You know, I just read what was going on the screen a lot. It was very simple terminology and stuff like that. It was the first words I was really reading, and it got me interested in all sorts of stuff. You know, it kind of helped shape my interest today. It got me interested in sci-fi, fantasy. I wanted to read more about characters like this, what was going on. Got me interested in D&D. You know, I was reading Tolkien when other kids were struggling with the Hardy Boys. You know,
What do you mean
I was reading
Tolkien?
D&D books at recess when other kids were playing around with Foursquare, and that got me in a lot of trouble. But
What is that
my older
Tolkien?
brother and I, we must have played everything up to Ultima 6 while we were living under the same roof, and
The hell is that Tolkien?
then he moved away
to college. He moved away.
The Grand Canyon.
But that was our thing when we were together, you know. And he didn't. What I really appreciate about that was he didn't have to do that, you know. He was like shit. He was like 10 years older than me.
I think the narrator of this video will point it out, but I feel like he's just upset that he grew apart from his brother, that they used to be much closer and then they sort of grew apart. I think that's a big thing here.
And you know, nobody really likes their idiot
Tolkien? You pronounce Tolkien? Tolkien? I'm pretty sure at least in Britain is Tolkien, right? Not Tolkien. I'm pretty sure the British pronunciation is not that it's Tolkien, not Tolkien. Am I wrong? Am I crazy? Socialix, help me out here. If you're still here. It just feels like such a weird pronunciation of the word.
younger brother, you know, like when you're like...
Well, your American actually is closer to Shakespearean English than modern British, so American is kind of more British than the British. I'm in between sleep, to be honest. I'm giving you the view still, though. Thank you, Zoshalex. But still, tell me, Tolkien or Tolkien? Which pronunciation would you choose? Tolkien or Tolkien? Because Tolkien feels like such a weird pronunciation of the word, but maybe I'm just crazy. It just sounds wrong. You wrote it, but I just told you 2 different ways to pronounce it. It's always written the same. You haven't helped me. Tolkien or Tolkien? Which one? Now, 1 or 2?
8, 10 years older than...
Okay, nice. Thank you. Thank God. All right.
Nobody likes, you know, I was an idiot. I was a 4-year-old kid, and just I cried and screamed and was a fucking moron. But he did, you know. My sister didn't, but he did. And he'd play that game with me because he was cool like that. And whenever I think of him, that's what I think of, and I miss that. You know?
See, I missed that. It just feels like he is upset that he grew apart from his brother.
I miss fighting the floor in Ultima 3.
See, he misses the relationship that he has with his brother. That's why the frustration comes up. It has nothing to do with the game. Oh my God. See? You can clearly see what this is all about.
Stupid! It's all been a complete fucking waste of time!
The genuine anger and pain and sadness that comes from that silence, and then sudden tossing of the games and stuff, is just so real. In fact, it feels a little too real. Like that anger wasn't just about fucking Ultima anymore, but instead something far, far deeper. That was not acting. That was pure, raw emotion. And what comes after is a moment that I don't see enough people point out in the story of Spoonie, when he's talking with the main villain of the Ultima series as like a kind of gag, and he reflects upon not only the game, but also his life, his career, his friendships with that guy at theglasses.com, and perhaps beyond, in what I think is probably the most revealing speech Spoonie has ever given.
And that's it, isn't it? You know, that's life in a nutshell, right? There's nothing I can care about so much that I won't eventually see it turn to shit and betrayal. You could list them off. Ultima, Star Wars, Indiana Jones, fucking Spider-Man with One More Day, comic books in general, Final Fantasy.
Damn.
Fuck my job, my fucking life. So take it from me, alright? The most you people can hope to do is die before you can see everything that you take joy and comfort in rot into filth and leave a steaming, stinking hole in your soul that never fucking heals.
Jesus Christ.
Good. Good. And now, at the end, do you understand?
Understand what?
Inevitability. You and I are one. We are connected. The only difference is that you are weak. You care. I will dominate because I don't care.
Fuck off. Yeah, okay, well, guess what? You can't fucking trick me. Oh, you like this? Yeah, this is new. I had this specially made. It's an anti-magic gun, and you'll never guess where I purchased it. I don't know if it'll work on your Blackgate, but I'm just dying to find out.
Then take your science weapon. Destroy the Black Gate. Destroy your only chance of escape from the lie of your existence. Run from your destiny. Sit here and talk to your people until they too abandon you. Then, when you're alone, you will never be able to escape.
Jesus.
How much longer, I wonder, until you'll finally be able to see the bars of your own cage?
I wasn't being serious when I said that.
No? Then stay here. Embrace madness and fill amidst the flames as your hatred engulfs this world. You said yourself that death was a kind of mercy for you.
You really suffered from big time depression.
Suffering, like many have tried before you.
Seeing this, knowing this, makes me feel like the story of Spoonie and the tragedy that comes after this point makes a lot more sense. When he says that nothing he loves lasts for long before it turns to shit, and that one day, even his audience will turn on him, and perhaps he himself is admitting in that statement that one day he'll come to betray everyone too, and in turn become shit in their eyes. And so I suppose it's time we talk about the Spoonie movie.
The fall of Spoonie. My god. Great, right? You're learning about this person for the first time, aren't you?
By 2014, Spoonie had a rather interesting conundrum to face with. You see, he had a Patreon by this point to help support his endeavors with his channel, and one of the stretch goals of the Patreon was if he ever got up to $5,000 a month coming in, he would start production on his very own Spoonie movie. Now while this seems random, you gotta understand that by this point, Spoonie had starred in 3 major Channel Awesome movie projects, and other creators like ABGN and eventually Linkara 2 would go on to try and make their own movie productions for their internet shows. And so I suppose Spoonie saw it as something cool he might be able to do as well. But, truth be told, I don't think he ever expected to be getting the $5,000 a month, at least not so fast from his Patreon.
Oh my
It's a
god, I
testament to
wish
just
I
how
had
loved and adored he
$5,000 from
was, even after
Patreon.
everything. Especially because I know content creators who are far larger channels than Spoonie these days, who cannot even manage to get 1/5 of what Spoonie was getting at this point. He has to have one of the rarest viewer-to-donator ratios of all time, to be real. That aside, that now meant that he had to keep his promise of making a Spoonie movie, which led him to making this video titled Spoonie the Motion Picture, where he kinda reveals his thoughts, shock, awe, and above all else, the pressure he has on him now with this sudden news.
The Patreon goal where it was listed that I would start work on a movie, and I was just I was blown away by this. It was like, you guys are the best fans in the world. Oh my god. It was just astonishing. Oh my god. And thank you so much. Oh my, wow.
This is
I can't
so...
even begin to, well, I can begin to repay you and thank you properly, but wow, I don't know if I can ever finish it. But that's part of what I wanted to talk to you about was the plan, the current status of things, what the plan is, and how I'm going to go about it. So, I guess we'll start with the movie in question, and what this means and does not mean. What this means is that I said, I believe in there I said I would put a movie into pre-production and that I would make it a priority. This is all true. I am now making it a priority, and pre-production, however, means a lot of things. One, it means it may take a long time. In this case, a very long time.
Alright, that's enough for now. What do you think, Raider Ain't? What do you think of the creator called Spoonie? What do you think of the Spoonie bard? What do you think? Also, let's check the newest VODs. How they're doing. We already have some angry comments from Asmongold fans, by the way. Already. Well, that person did not take the bite. Did not take the bite. They figured out that I do not think that Asmongold is, in fact, botting. Interesting. You were reading. I think I might be spoony. Wait, Dr. Jones, what do you mean you might be spoony? Wait, hold on. You might be spoony? You have $5,000 on your Patreon per month? Is that what you're trying to tell me, Dr. Johns? You're being very stingy with your donations, Dr. Johns. I will say that. What did you have to go print? All right. I have to prepare for that. Oh, fake like Al Parker. Did you hear that I'm having a conversation on Wednesday? Next Wednesday? Oh, we should check him out. We should check out his content. We should check out his content, right? Do you want us to check? Do you want me to check out the person I'm going to be talking to? I haven't thought of that, but now it just struck me. Do you want me to check out the person that we're going to be talking to? Or no? What do you think? If you want to? Do you think I should? Is my question.
Oh well.
I did not think I would parry that, honestly. I thought it would end like this. Oh.
I'm ready. Ready to evade.
I can do it. I can do it.
Wow. Sakurai could hurt the integrity of our psyches notwithstanding. Okay, we'll try one more time with this fight, and then we're going to check out counterpoints to see who we are dealing with. Huh. That was a really swift failure. Thank you. I'm an achiever. I do my best to do things swift.
Take cover.
Not impressed.
This is actually very audio. This is very telegraphed audio. This is very sound telegraphed. Okay, I did it too early now. I was so bragging about being able to. I think I got too full of myself. I think I got too arrogant. Honestly.
Ready to carry.
Okay, I'm gonna get it now. Yeah, I think I'm doing. I don't know if I should say that I'm doing very well, but look at this. What do you think? I feel like I'm doing the parry very early.
I'll do it. Please survive.
Not impressed.
Careful, my own. I'll do it.
Yeah? How did he announce it? Okay, I'm gonna try one more time. How did he announce it?
Lune, careful.
Can you tell me about it?
Lune, careful.
I'm ready.
Oh well.
Oh, wrong button.
Take cover.
Lune, watch out.
What? That's weird. What the fuck? Okay, one more time. One more time. Okay, that was so bad.
Incoming.
Okay, let's do this. I feel like it'll shoot it until I fail.
Coming.
I feel like it'll shoot the laser until I fail.
I'll do it.
Infinitely. Literally, it'll just shoot it until I fail.
Out my
Danger!
Which, technically speaking, that I could just kill this enemy without giving it a round. If I play my cards right. The worst part is that I thought I had the timing for this down, but suddenly I just failed. It's weird. See, I feel like I keep doing it the same timing, but sometimes it just gets through. Sometimes it just gets through and it frustrates me. Okay, never mind. We're supposed to be checking out counterpoints. I feel like I'm getting over my head. Stop. Confirm. Okay, we're doing the counterpoints. How do I even look for him? This counterpoints politics. Yeah? This is the person we're going to be talking to, I believe. Hassan hates Destiny, CNN appearance. The end of Econoboy. The Adam Friended drama. I have no idea about Adam Friended. I want to see his conversation. Centrist attack socialist. Commie versus centrist. You want to watch this? This is about socialism. You want to see? Well, I hate Nick. I think we all hate Nick Fuentes. Yeah, we want to watch this. Okay, whatever. I'm not even gonna ask you.
I have a special treat for you
So this is the person I'll be talking to on Wednesday.
today. I have Econoboy, recently renamed to Ecomi Boy, sarcastically. but he's a young academic man who likes to study economics, who advocates for socialism, and he is about to get dogpiled by our friends Sitch and Adam from the centrist Sitch and Adam show.
Oh, by the way, I don't consider Sitch and Adam to be a centrist show. Just so you know, I don't consider Sitch and Adam to be centrists. Maybe we have different preference. Maybe we have like this different criteria of what makes something centrist. But Adam, also it's Adam and Sitch, okay? Sitch and Adam just sounds stupid. Adam and Sitch sounds better than Sitch and Adam. You tell me which sounds better, Adam and Sitch or Sitch and Adam? I think Adam and Sitch just rolls off the tongue better. Sue me. Fight me on this. What's with it? I'm gonna be talking to this person, Counterpoints, on Wednesday.
I know
so
that
we're checking him out.
they don't like the centrist label anymore, but let's be real.
Both sound kind of good emo. Maybe. I just like Adam and Sitch more than Sitch and Adam.
It's what they are. Let's go.
All right, they can hear you on my end.
Hello. We're joined today by Akana Boy. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Great. So we watched your conversation with Destiny. I don't know if you watched it or just if Dev tattled to you about it or something. So
no, I didn't. I didn't watch it. Yeah, somebody
Okay.
had just not emailed me. Somebody had DM'd me like
Mhm.
they're getting a lot of stuff wrong, and you should talk to them. I was like, "Fuck, okay, I guess I'll." I don't even know what they said, so I guess we'll hash it out. So.
Nice.
Yeah, Sitch and Adam are liberals in that they actually believe in maximal human freedom, but Sitch is a never Trump guy.
What the fuck does that mean? Maximum human freedom. I have no clue what that even means. Lucy, I have to go? No, you don't have to go. Don't go.
Adam, in my opinion, was playing footsie with the
Like, I don't know what maximum human freedom just means on its own. Adam and Sitch, the ch and the and an doesn't flow as the m to ch. Yeah, right? I know, Sitchin doesn't flow as... Yeah, I know, right?
Contrarian arguments.
Adam and Sitch is better. Or wait, I messed it up.
Either
I think Adam and Sitch sounds better. You should put flags behind you like all those guys. You want me to put up the Maryland flag?
You to not vote or to vote for Trump
that what you
during the
want me
last
to do?
election. That's where we actually had
To
beef.
put on the best state in the US flag? You don't want me to go? Of course I don't want you to go. What do you mean? What do you mean? Of course I don't want you to go. I want you to stay and be locked in and comment on everything you see. Non-stop. Every day. Every Sunday. Yes, how Russia failed to industrialize because they couldn't get rid of serfdom in time compared to how Japan did. That's... What? That's stupid. Jesus Christ, Nightgale Wing just gave a really stupid take. Empire stream when? I'll try... I'll try to do it this weekend. I will try to do it this weekend. I have to hit the books though. I'll try to do it this weekend.
And we had a little bit of a falling out over it, where I screamed at him for 40 minutes to own his fucking position, and then he finally did. And then Econoboy, I just got done yelling at within the past week for being a socialist.
Now I'm here.
Okay. So I guess to start then.
Well, I just want to say that that goes both ways, because I mean, I listened to a little of your Live and Learn live stream, and you guys just have a mad stereotype of us that is completely incorrect. So,
best.
What did I say about
you?
you
Don't know
guys?
much about us.
What's the question? Also, why the face, Dr. Johns? What happened? I don't want you to go either, but you didn't say, did Fido eat your blue scarf? No, you didn't, actually. It's still here. I can wear it if you want. It's a little bit torn, though. Don't want to interrupt the main topic, but I have to ask, what books? Oh, there's the main book that we're reading on the Empire thing. It's about basically the colonization of the America. I started reading alongside it the book about the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth that we've been reading on stream, the Oxford one. And I also started reading an apologia book about the Soviet Union. And I also want to start a book. I've been given access to a library, and in it I want to find a book about the empires as a concept in the abstract, not analyzing any specific empire. I want to read some of the theory of empire as a concept. I feel like that will give me a better groundwork to do an empire stream. Better grounding. You ran out of Old Bay, right? Yeah, I did run out of Old Bay, yeah. I did run out of it, sadly. Yeah. And I super ran out of apple jam. That was apple jam, right? No, it was apple butter. Apple butter. I said jam because it has the consistency of a jam, but apple butter. My mom loved the apple butter, by the way. I left it at my mom's place and she just loved it. She just devoured it all. I was pretty happy to see it, actually. I feel like apple butter goes well with meat. I feel like it could go well. If you have well roasted meat, apple butter would just go super well with it. I may be wrong, but I think most of the books will have some particular empire as a basis, even if they're mostly talking about empire as a concept. That's fine. I'm fine with that. If I'm gonna have example of an empire, I would like to have a few empires given as examples compared. I would like the empires compared. I would like certain similarities pointed out. I would like to see patterns pointed out. I would like to see certain traits that are present across empires, for example. That would be interesting. So I don't have anything against books looking to specific examples, but I'm looking for a book that discusses the concept in the abstract still. Old Bay and apple butter? What is this? My grandparents' kitchen? Do you have really old boxes of Jell-O as well? Maybe. What's wrong with Jell-O? Wait, hold on. What the hell? Also, what's wrong with Old Bay and apple butter? Like, you know what? I just think your grandparents have a really lovely kitchen, okay? Good food is good food. What do you mean? I like all these things as well. And they do have very lovely kitchens, but stereotypes exist for a reason. Listen. I'm a free person. If certain stereotypes are good, then You know what? I'm gonna embrace elements of those stereotypes, okay? If they're good. All right? I never understood why this is I'm talking oh my god. I'm saying this as a Polish person. I never understood the whole racist stereotype of black people eating watermelon and fried chicken because I don't understand why this is considered derogative. I love watermelon and I love fried chicken. So I hear that and I'm like, well, yeah, of course, those are great things. Those are just things that you want to get because they're good. They're tasty. Watermelon is tasty. Fried chicken is tasty. What's so derogative about it? Is there an obnoxiously loud clock too? I think there used to be an obnoxiously loud clock here, somewhere around here. So many of my relatives used to have those obnoxiously loud clocks. Like when I would be put to bed to sleep, I would hear absolute silence apart from and the one watermelon? Have I missed something? What? Have you never eaten a watermelon? There's a racist stereotype that black people eat watermelons and fried chicken, and it's supposed to be derogatory. I have no clue why. All right, let's switch.
Well, you have this stereotype that we're like.
I actually now want watermelon, but
centrist, and that we're neutral, and we're just trying to call balls and strikes, and we're
true.
Just trying to be fair with both sides, which is completely ridiculous. We've never
bullshit
said that. We would never.
Oh yeah, watermelon is also a stereotype. You'd listen to Gabriel Iglesias' racist gift basket bit after stream. Yeah, I mean, like, who doesn't like fried chicken or watermelon? The only one I don't get for black people is grape flavoring, like grape Kool-Aid. We've never seen this IRL. Grape flavor is gross. I do love grape though. I do love grapes though. Also, how can grape flavor be gross? Isn't grape flavor the basis of all wine, basically? I have watermelon in my fridge. Oh my god, you should get some. You should get some now. You should get some watermelon. You lucky son of a bitch. You should get some watermelon. I don't know. Isn't grape sort of like the basis of wine?
Or do that. We judge things on a like per policy basis, and we take.
Wait, hold on. If you're calling balls and strikes, man. All right, this is gonna be tough. Let me try to steel man both people without getting pissed off. Okay, calling balls and strikes. You guys are familiar with an umpire in baseball, right? It's the guy who calls balls and strikes. The whole point of saying that, listen, I'm just out here calling balls and strikes, is oftentimes a referee is dealing with two teams, okay? There's one team that wants to win. There's another team that wants to win. And so the umpire has to be a relatively neutral party in order to call balls and strikes.
Yeah.
So just being centrist and being neutral and calling balls and strikes is not in and of itself an indictment. The indictment that they're pointing to is that in a constant effort to be fair, you might call out the flaws of one side. That like let's say that one baseball team grabbed a bunch of baseball bats and beat the shit out of the other team before playing the game. then you're like, wow, that's pretty fucked up. 15-minute timeout. You're in the penalty box, like hockey.
Oh.
You guys are all in the penalty box for 5
I
minutes.
never heard of the
But then
grape.
one of the other team members spits gum on the field, right? That's fucked up. And you should call out
Not everyone likes wine. That's fair.
the spitting the gum on the field. But when somebody else comes up to the game and they're like, oh, well, this team beat the shit out of the entire other team with baseball bats. Well, the accusation is that you, as a centrist who's trying to be fair to both sides, you're like, yeah, well, did you see the other guy, one of their team members, spit gum onto the field? That's the indictment, is that in an attempt to be fair, you weigh moral and philosophical sins evenly, trying to be fair to both parties. That's the accusation.
That's not being fair. That's just being stupid. I'm sorry to say, that's just being stupid. Okay? Forcefully trying to find balance as all things should be, just stupid. Life is not a Marvel movie. You're not Thanos, okay? I only really like wine, like white, signified a little dry. Wines are too fruity. I have pineapple in my fridge. Usually pineapple is great as well. Canned or fresh? Also, I refuse to believe people really like alcohol for its taste. This has to be a psyop. True! Oh my god, I've never agreed more with you in my entire life. And we're Polish people. We're supposed to be the drunks that love alcohol. But yes, that is so true. Oh my god. You have never said a more true thing. I also do not believe that people really like alcohol for its taste. It's a lie. That is why often people add things to alcohol to make it taste better, like Coke or juice or whatever else people add to alcohol to kill the alcohol taste and make it bearable or tasty. This is why you have drinks. The stereotype about watermelon comes from the fact that freed slaves grew watermelon as a way to make an income after being emancipated. A lot of racists created that stereotype to mock them. But just because you grow something doesn't mean that you love it or eat it in particular, Like just because you grow watermelon, it doesn't have to follow that you eat it a lot even. You can just grow watermelon and sell it and not eat it at all, technically speaking. You might be allergic to watermelon and still grow it and sell it, I like grapes though, but I don't like artificial grape flavor like I do artificial banana. Oh god damn. Artificial banana flavor sounds like a nightmare. I get drinking it just to get drunk, but for taste, hell no. I mean, I don't really get drinking alcohol to get drunk, but I mean maybe a slightly tipsy to lighten the mood, but I don't understand the culture of getting hammered. I don't like the culture of getting hammered, which basically is the culture of Eastern Europe in a nutshell. This is Counterpoints. We're watching a Counterpoints video. Estelle, I am going to have a conversation with Counterpoints next Wednesday, which is why I'm preparing by watching Counterpoints content. I'm preparing for my conversation. I'm going to be debating socialism. Are you excited for that? I'm going to have a debate on socialism. I like the taste of alcohol. A long drink with a good liquor with flavor is tasty. Aged rum has a great flavor when you dilute it in something sweet. See, you still have to dilute it though. It's not just the alcohol. Well, I don't know. I don't know if he will. Like he is friends with Riley Grace Rochon. You know what beer tastes the best? The one with no alcohol, just some fruit flavor. It's true. This is why I don't like vodka. It's just for getting drunk and tastes like nothing at best and warm plastic at worst. Oh, I wish vodka tasted like nothing, but it definitely tastes like something and I don't like that taste. I've enjoyed sipping liquor if I go slow. You get used to the alcohol taste after a while. Well, vodka is just instilled alcohol taste, isn't it? Vodka is just pure alcohol taste. That's why Bingo drinks snaps. Binge drinks snaps. Whiskey with Coke is nice, but again, you have to pour a lot of Coke to make it good. True. True. Damn. Some facts are being... You're spitting facts tonight, Conrad. I will give you that. You're just spitting facts. I like you. I did not think that we would bond over alcohol of all things. Oh, life surprises you, I guess.
Everything constantly. So I mean, we're not neutral.
That okay. I don't feel like you refuted the point, but go off, King.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I know that the conflict you had with mostly with the other Live and Learners on the show was, I mean, this was like several months ago, so I don't really remember the full context.
Wowman asked me if I get in trouble for what chat says. I do not. Say whatever you want to say.
It had something to do with like, like who's a greater
Yeah,
threat to
he
the
got
country or
obscured.
something like that.
No, they wanted us.
so-
They wanted to strong arm us into voting for Kamala Harris, and it just
True, I did.
it crashed and burned. So, and they're still
Because this is gonna hurt. Okay, continue.
very upset about it. They're still
I mean,
I
Okay.
have a feeling that Counterpoints is a person that gets emotional quick and has a short temper. I hope I don't piss him off. I hope I don't piss him off with my conversation with him. Do you think I will do well? Place your bets. Especially people that know this creator. Especially people that know. I know Estelle knows Counterpoints, I think. I know there must be some people here that know this content creator.
Oh man. Okay. Listen, I'm sure we'll get to talking shit about Econoboy.
Never heard of the guy. Interesting.
But Adam Friended, this is going to remain our beef. Okay. 6 months out before the election, maybe a year out before the election, you were saying that Biden is so stupid and geriatric and brain-addled, especially during and after the debate. You're like, it's so bad.
I believe you. I'm just a little bit surprised. I swear, I totally didn't see his debates with Bosch. Okay, that was sarcasm. Okay, thank you. I trust you, but I will never trust you again. I think you're knowledgeable and capable of standing your ground in a discussion. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see on Wednesday if that is truly the case. Jesus Christ, Estelle, you're not being good. You're not being very good to me. All right, let's go. Also, I don't really like Adam and Sitch, by the way. I think Adam and Sitch are not particularly smart. No offense, Adam and Sitch. Maybe I'll have a conversation with you as well one day.
That we might as well have, I think you used the term like black box. Like we just don't know what's in it, right? We don't know what Biden's going to be like. But we did know what Biden was going to be like because Biden was the president for the past 4 years, and we also knew what his cabinet was going to be like. Now, I don't like voting for a...
He was also a vice president. He was also politician for a really long time. So he's not really an enigma. Biden has not been an enigma. He has been a politician for a really long time. I don't care about alcohol or coffee or anything. I do like iced coffee. Because it feels like it's a really nice treat. Iced coffee is a really nice treat. It just tastes good. So I care for iced coffee. Really well made. Especially if you put some ice cream in it, some other things. Chocolate, whipped cream, chocolate bits, So yeah, definitely iced coffee. I don't really care for regular coffee though. Hot tea is good. Hot tea is better than hot coffee, actually, in my opinion.
Geriatric, brain-addled, soup for brains person, which is why when I saw how bad the debate was, even though there were plenty of Biden loyalists who were pressured to push for Biden, I was pushing for a replacement. I didn't think Kamala was a good candidate, but I thought it was the best option out of the available options. And so when you have a 50-year-old state attorney who was harsh on crime at one point, but then was a BLM simp at another point, and she's at least competent, and she's probably just going to be a continuation of Biden, that's infinitely better than a guy.
Iced coffee is amazing, isn't it, Dr. Jones? Yeah, iced coffee is just... That's why I love Vietnam so much. Vietnam has many, many different types of iced coffee. Vietnam has mastered the art of iced coffee. I think that's the most... I think I drank iced coffee in Vietnam more than any other type of drink. I always ordered iced coffee in Vietnam, and I usually order iced coffee when I go to Huyen's restaurant. It's a thing, yeah.
Who tried to destroy the fucking Republic of the United States by stealing the previous election, and who also was promising effectively to backstab Ukraine, which was going to result in thousands of deaths that I already predicted, and that was going to result in the fracturing of our alliances with NATO. Now, at the time, I didn't even know how bad it was going to be, but with the closures of USAID, there's a place called The Lancet, which is, I think it's a French newspaper, so take it with a grain of salt. But they're projecting...
The backstabbing of Ukraine is especially painful. I think there's this opinion that Trump, of all places in the world, number one place that he hurts is Ukraine, and number two that he hurts is the United States with his term. They drink beer with ice in Vietnam too, right? Very strange. I've not seen it. I've not seen beer with ice, actually. And I drank some beer in Vietnam, but I've never had it with ice. Those are good.
That with the shuttering of USAID and all of the programs related to USAID, around 14 million preventable deaths are estimated to occur in the next 5 years. This is going to be from dengue. This is going to be from cholera. This is going to be from malaria. This is going to be from AIDS. And the United States didn't go to Europe or Asia or Africa and say, hey, this program's around $10 billion. Which one of you guys can take it over? We're actually going to taper off our responsibilities over the next 5 years, and we're going to hand it off to you, which would have been the responsible thing. And it probably would have reduced the amount of unnecessary death. Instead, Marco Rubio and Donald Trump just shuttered the offices. They literally they kept the medicine in the warehouses. They kept the food in the warehouses. They just closed the warehouses.
I don't know. From my experience, the people that sell the drinks have those little containers. The containers themselves are filled with cold water and ice, and they keep drinks in those containers filled with cold water and ice in order to keep them cold rather than put ice in the beer. if that makes sense. That is my experience with cold drinks in Vietnam. Vietnam is a really nice place, by the way. I'm really thinking about maybe going there for Christmas. That is a weird thing, right? I might go to Vietnam for Christmas. Christmas in Vietnam. That would be something, right? I would stream from Vietnam because I had a sister of my friend asked me when I'm finally going to visit Vietnam, and I said that I might do it at the end of the year. No, it's not a cooler. It's like a plastic container filled with ice and cold water. It doesn't get cold in Vietnam, I imagine. It does get a bit colder up north, but in the south, it's basically 30 degrees Celsius all year long. It's always warm in the south, no matter what time of year. It's always warm.
So
perfect weather for certain types of fruit and food. I mean, a cooler usually, like, when I think cooler, I think like a fridge, you know, a mini fridge that actually has all the fridge mechanics, you know, connected to some outlet. That is what I think when I think a cooler. A mini fridge of some sort.
If you don't think that, like if you fucking pearl clutch over
God, I miss the street food. I miss the street food in Vietnam. That is great. You just go out of your house, apartment, or whatever, and you have like 10 different options for great food, super cheap. A full meal for under $1 or something like that. And it's delicious. And you can just go out and eat something completely different every single time, and you will not you'll not run out of good food to eat for a really long time.
6 million dead, Jews during the Holocaust, where you're like, oh my God, I can't believe that you would commit a crime of such massive scale. Yeah, we can morally differentiate between intentionally shooting.
That's a refrigerator. A drink cooler is for like camping and. Yeah, yeah. You're right, of course. You are right, of course. But that is the association that my mind sort of makes. But yeah, you are right, of course. I started drinking Monster Java at my last job. I'm just about passing out at my desk. I got so tired. Well, my old editor killed herself by drinking energy drinks.
Somebody in the back of the head versus giving a 5-year-old AIDS medication for 5 years and then just cutting off his medication one day. But if you think you are totally blameless with just cutting off medication one day and just saying, hey, sucks to suck to have AIDS in Africa, go fuck yourself, 5-year-old kid. I think you're like
my editor used to drink a lot of energy drinks. She would just gulp them down. And one day when she was out, her heart just stopped. And nobody helped her. Nobody gave her basic CPR, and she just died in the hospital. She was declared brain dead. She was an editor for my physical newspaper. I used to be in charge of a physical newspaper. And I had an editor that took care of the graphical side of that newspaper. It was printed at about 2,000 copies, but I was a little bit proud of the newspaper. It was a local newspaper. But yes, she died, and the main culprit was that she drank energy drinks like water, basically. Non-stop. She was a pretty nice person as well. Without fail, without exception, she would always take 50% of her pay. No matter how much money she would make, she would always take 50% of her pay and give it to an animal shelter that she knew. She would always take exactly 50% of whatever she would earn and she would put it into an animal shelter.
A fucking lizard person. I don't think you
was a very animal person.
Actually have like empathy. I'm not even saying that as an indictment. I think you don't actually conceptualize how evil it is to run a program that saves tens of millions of lives over the course of decades and then just one day abruptly shut it down.
Yeah, it is pretty evil. I will not even... Jesus Christ Almighty, the USAID actually had really big repercussions when it comes to children in Ukraine as well. Many organizations in Ukraine itself that investigated, gathered evidence, and I think even rescued children suddenly got abruptly defunded and went under because USAID was getting shut down. So that was one of the ways that Trump had hampered rescuing the children that were kidnapped by the Russian Federation. Just one of the few ways.
And if you don't understand that, I kind of think you're stupid. So, anyways, in retrospect,
I agree with that.
I'm right. You were wrong. And I will die mad about it.
Wait, hold on.
Weepy about it. So.
Before we get into the socialism thing, I mean, and we don't even have to discuss it. I'm just curious what your answer is. Like, do you think it's clear that it was the correct thing to vote for Kamala Harris? And at least in hindsight.
I think it was the correct. Well, first of all, I didn't.
He almost owned it. Come on, buddy. Come on. Just say yes. It'd be so funny. It would be so funny.
Vote for Kamala Harris, and I didn't vote for Trump. I said I wasn't going to vote for Trump because...
And he's in California, so he's like, oh, well, my vote doesn't really matter anyways, so I can vote for whoever I want to vote for. So I voted for the Libertarian candidate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we get that, Matt. Or Adam. But Adam, there's 1,000 people watching you live. There's tens of thousands of people who watch your post-recorded videos, and I hate to say it, but your opinion matters. That's what we were fighting for. We were fighting for... Obviously, there's a lesser of two evils here. That's what we were fighting for. I don't care about Adam, the individual. I care about Adam, the political pundit.
Because if Trump lost, and I actually thought Kamala Harris was going to win, you can watch our live stream from that night. We actually had Anna Kasparian on to talk about the election a little bit before any of it happened. So, but I thought, if I didn't want to vote for Trump because I thought if Trump lost, he was going to be a sore loser and he was going to pretend he won.
None of this
matters. It was going to be this huge catastrophe for the country. And I didn't want to say, oh yeah, I voted for him. So I didn't vote for the top of the ticket. But I'm not sure Kamala Harris would be any better than Trump right now. So
that is such a stupid statement, by the way. That is such a, oh my God. I just heard a bit of it. But what I heard is enough. Saying that Kamala Harris would not be better than Trump right now is something else, okay? After 8 months of the current run of Trump, to say that Kamala Harris would be no better, that is just... wow. Where do you even begin with this? Where to even begin with this weird statement? Fortunately for us all, not a single person alive cares what Sitchin or Adam thinks. I'm not so sure about that. Let me check. How big are Sitch and Adam? How... 52.1 thousand subscribers. So apparently some people care. Apparently there are people that care. 6.3 thousand views, 6.4, 9.4, 11, 17, 18, 14, 22. Apparently, yeah, there are some people that care about what they have to say. What a weird artwork.
Okay. Let's bust out Microsoft Paint.
What?
This is so bad.
Oh boy.
This is really bad. So there's two options here. I can't believe I have to do this. This is so fucking bad. You, the voter / political pundit. All right.
All right.
Thanks, Adam. This is how I wanted to start my day. I didn't just want to have a fun stream beating up on a socialist.
I'm Adam, Prince of Eternia. Fabulous secrets were revealed to me. I wonder how many of you got this little He-Man reference.
I wanted to make drawings about you, Kamala Harris.
Jesus Christ. Kamala Harris.
Let's go ahead and get her into the right position. You have two choices for presidency of who's going to be president. You have two people that you can advocate for.
How could you say that Kamala Harris would not be any better than Trump? How can you say that with a straight face? It is impossible. It is impossible to say that with a straight face. Whatever.
Trump. You got. Let's just put it out here.
My tummy feels funny.
14 million preventable deaths.
Yeah, exactly. That
from
alone,
disease.
That alone makes the whole statement ridiculous. That alone makes the whole statement stupid. God.
Due to closing USAID.
And that's not even the whole repercussion of closing USAID. I'm just going to say aid, okay? I don't like saying USAID. Just say aid, okay? It fits. It was an aid org. Just say USAID. It works. USAID sounds stupid in my opinion. But that's just me.
With no plan. So we got that. I would say that's bad, right? Like I'm very weird about the fact that I think that allowing millions of people to, like, dude, even if they're off by a factor of 10, right? Let's say that the Lancet is 90% wrong. You understand that's still 1.5 million dead people, right? You understand that? I thought this was bad when they were talking about PEPFAR and the shuttering of PEPFAR killing.
Yeah, but at that point, it's just a statistic, as Uncle Stalin would point out. So, who really cares? It's just a statistic at that point. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go to the toilet, I think. Should I go to the toilet? Can I go to the toilet? Do I have your permission? Permission to go to the toilet? What do you think of the content so far? What do you think of the video that we were watching? I think Adam is hyper-focused on kindness, and the massive amount of pure hatred to people voting Trump sent him on a disgust spiral. Jeez, get out of here with that. Get out of here. I think that Adam is just such a kind-hearted individual that he just got really mad that people were so hateful at Trump. Adam is just such a pure-hearted boy. Like a real boy. Okay, I'll be right back. What a comment, Andy B, on the screen. I cannot believe this. Right back. Advertise this stream to your friends, colleagues, and all the other stuff. All right, let's continue. Your old editor died legit? Yes. I just saw this message here. Yes, she did. It was a whole thing. It was a very... She was also connected to my father's organization. So it was a huge deal. Okay, let's continue.
3 million people. I already thought that was horrific. 14 million due to a combination of dengue, malaria, cholera, and AIDS is a fucking nightmare. Okay. Ethnic cleansing of Gaza doesn't happen. Oh, wait, actually, hold on. This should be Trump's box, shouldn't it?
It is.
Ethnic cleansing of Gaza supported by the U.S. I thought that Trump dropped this Gazan Riviera thing. He doubled down on it like yesterday. He was in a press conference where he's like, yeah, actually,
Really?
no, we should do that. Like, we should do the ethnic cleansing of Gaza. It'd be super
Really?
advanced. It should be an international community. We should turn it into the new Dubai, where we remove all the Palestinians, and maybe we'll keep the Palestinians as like retail workers and restaurant workers, but we're going to turn it into an international Riviera where Jews and Arabs and Muslims and Christians and everybody's allowed except for the original Palestinians who want to be violent. So the Palestinian thing is like they basically get to turn Gaza into a fucking Atlantic City. All right.
Huh.
I'm actually going to put that as let's put that as a sub point / turning Gaza into Atlantic City, backstabbing Ukraine,
right?
Mass deportations, fucking with the construction industry and agriculture industry. We still don't know how that's going to work out. And by the way, Trump has already backed off of deporting farm workers because he knows it's going to fuck up the agricultural industry so bad. What else? What else do you think is bad? I'll go ahead and scroll down to you guys. What else has Trump done that's so amazingly fucking stupid?
A lot. Hold on.
You know what? That's good enough. That's good enough. I'll leave it there. I think 14 million dead people is enough.
I mean, tariffs are a pretty big thing. Trade war with Europe. The whole thing with China is also a big fiasco. To name a few things. Yeah, tariffs should be here. Actually, it should be a big thing in this box. I feel like.
Not everything below. This was the choice. And so Adam is saying that
what else a part of the tariffs? Oh yeah, Trump's whole cabinet. Okay, the fact that RFK Jr. is in charge of America's health. That's on Trump. So I would add RFK Jr. to this box. Absolutely. The anti-vaccination crusade, yes, I would add that to the box. So, because whatever Trump's cabinet does, I feel like it's fair to say Trump is culpable. I think he is. He shares responsibility for what his cabinet does. That's not an unfair. That is not an unfair thing to say, right?
Preventable death akin to double or triple holocausts, ethnic cleansing of Gaza supported by the US, turning Gaza into the Atlantic City, backstabbing Ukraine resulting in thousands of deaths through incompetence, mass deportations fucking with the construction industry and agriculture. Oh yeah, there were fucking tariffs, but like tariffs,
There you go. He remembered the tariffs.
People are arguing about. So I'll just leave that as like a question mark.
No, I don't think it's a question mark. I think the tariffs are stupid.
The fact that he can say this and think that he's correct is
tariffing Penguin Island. That was pretty. I don't think Kamala Harris would tariff Penguin Island in Australia. And also, what else did he do? Ah, yes, I've already mentioned healthcare.
Fucking mind-blowing. I'm just going to go ahead and save this as why Adam is wrong. Let's go ahead and just hold on to that.
Uh-huh.
That is a very...
Why Adam is wrong.
Very bad perspective is the best way that I can phrase it.
Oh, boy.
I don't regret Trump winning the election in any way, shape, or form.
Well,
you fucking suck then. All right, sorry. This is just going to be a thing.
Oh boy.
If you can't look at...
So he got into this thinking he would be criticizing Econo Boy, whose name and pronouns are cut off for some reason. And he ended up focusing his ire on Adam, which from what I'm hearing, fair enough.
Look at this. Sorry, I literally paused Andy to myself. If you can't look at this and be like, yeah, this is fucked up and none of this should have happened, and it sucks that thousands of people are dying in Ukraine through incompetence and 14 million people are going to die from preventable disease in order to save 0.16% of the federal budget.
People don't care.
And also ethnic cleansing Gaza and turning it into Atlantic City is fucking evil.
People don't care.
If you can't figure that out, I don't know what to do for you. I really don't. I really don't know what to do for you if you think that these things are equivalent to a Kamala presidency. I don't know how to communicate with you.
I promised we don't have to get into it, but obviously I radically disagree. I think that
that's the nice
What
you could put it.
I have a question. I have a question for you. Why are all leftists such condescending pieces of shit?
Because I have to be mean. I can't be nice. I can't be nice to Adam Friended. I can't be nice to him. I can't be his friend. It's impossible. Dude, you oh fuck. Guys. Look at me. I want to be Adam's friend. Okay? I want to be friended with Adam Friended. I want to be Sitch's friend. I would love to have audience crossover with the Sitch and Adam show. They got 1,000 live. They're largely conservatarians. There's plenty of libertarians. They're all pro-gun. They're all free market. They're all pro-entrepreneur. They're all pro-America. They're all patriots. The Sitch and Adam's audience is the audience that I wish I could cultivate because I genuinely feel like I am a part of them. Okay? But I'm also not fucking retarded. And so when there's something that's so obviously evil in front of my face, I can't ignore it. And so if Adam Friended, Econoboy just gave you an out. Yeah. He was saying, well, Adam, he could have said, because this is what I would say, Adam, you're a fucking retard, okay? Trump shuttered USAID and our international support programs that is estimated to lead to 14 million projected dead due to preventable disease from cholera, dengue, malaria, and AIDS. And I think that's fucking evil. And on top of that, he's talking about ethnically cleansing Gaza and turning it into the Riviera, which is going to displace 2.2 million people. And then also we stopped providing military support for Ukraine in hiccups that allowed thousands of Ukrainians.
Yeah, intel weapon freezes, which, by the way, Trump was not actually informed about, apparently.
Ukrainian civilians to be murdered by a country that's currently invading them. I think you're a fucking idiot, and you should probably lobotomize yourself with a fucking chisel and hammer. That's what Econoboy could have said. And that's what I would have said. But Econoboy...
I would not have phrased any of this quite like that.
Trying to be nice is like, well, I viciously disagree, but let's go ahead and move on. And Adam Friended's response to that is, why are you so fucking condescending? It's because you're retarded, Adam. That's why.
True.
That's why. I want to be your friend. I want to hang out with you. I want to hang out with Sitch. I want to hang out with your audience. I want to have a good time with people that I feel like I'm 80%, 90% politically aligned with. But when you look at this thing and you can't say, yes, this is bad. This would be better. You're fucking retarded. And you should lobotomize yourself with a fucking chisel and a hammer.
Jesus.
It's fucking crazy.
I'd not say that.
That's so fucking crazy.
That I would not say.
I don't know. Am I being condescending now? I just said I had a disagreement with you.
Okay. Totally, you're very condescending, but
yes, so are you, you smug Californian bitch. How about
Jesus Christ.
Let's move
on. I'm sorry.
So many nerves.
So I have to.
Oh my
that was
God.
Econoboy being polite, by the way. That was Econoboy avoiding saying you're fucking retarded. And like 70 years ago, you would have been committed to a mental asylum for being too stupid to function. That was Econoboy being fucking nice.
Oh my God.
Correction here. Deb didn't tattle on us.
Oh my
Someone
gosh.
else did. So
That is so mean.
Sorry about
Yeah,
that. Deb.
sorry. It was not Dev. It was just a random person in my community.
Okay,
Oh,
that's.
Deb-
I guess a joint
was,
fan.
In our DMs, he was like, "Listen, that's not Econoboy has a very complicated set of positions," and I said,
Fast and Bulba says, Sitch and Adam in 2024 was Sitch saying Biden bad and Adam agreeing, Sitch saying Kamala bad and Adam agreeing, Sitch saying Trump bad and Adam saying, hold on there. Yeah, no shit. Fuck my ass.
"Oh, okay." And I didn't really
Very
understand them.
complicated.
Yeah, it's a
Yes.
very complicated set of skills and positions. So anyway, talking about the socialism aspect of it, because that was kind of the main juxt of the conversation that was going on with Destiny and Connor. And this is what I guess I'm curious about, because I don't really understand. How are you defining socialism, and what are you advocating for economically, and why is it social?
Oh, dude, I forgot the biggest one. I didn't forget the biggest one, but I forgot an important one.
Socialism?
Here's one, Adam. I'd like to hear you defend this one.
Okay.
In the 80s and 90s, had a best friend who sex trafficked 14-year-old girls and was credibly accused of raping said girls, is now covering up the pedophile ring.
Well,
how about that? Now, you can say that Kamala would have done the same thing, that she would have swept the pedophile ring because it implicates Bill Clinton, right? But to my knowledge, Kamala Harris herself was not raping sex-trafficked 14-year-old girls. So that's kind of a big deal to me. Having the leader of the free world being a credibly accused pedophile, which, by the way, if you're a libertarian, we can agree that it's a phebophilia, right? They want to have sex with post-pubescent children. But we should break bread on the fact that having sex with children is bad, right? We should be able to agree on that.
Jesus.
So Trump being a fucking pedophile cover-up rapist, mass deportations, backstabbing Ukraine, resulting in thousands of Ukrainian dead, ethnically cleansing Gaza, and 14 million preventable deaths. This should all be bad enough. But Adam wants to say, oh, well, I don't regret that Trump won. I actually don't even know if Kamala would be doing better. You're fucking retarded. You're retarded. Sorry, we're on Valor. Sorry, Ken. Sorry, Mom. Sorry, Jesus. Sorry, Haircut Commander. I shouldn't use ableist slurs. My apologies.
Jesus.
Sure. I think there's going to be it's kind of a semantic discussion. What are the meaning of words? Where does it come from? I mean, I can tell you that.
Where does it go?
Based on my survey of socialist thinkers and socialism across history, the single.
All right, I need to refocus myself for the socialism conversation, but this is still my beef with Adam Friended. If we're ever, he was like, oh, Connor can come on the show. I've never banned him from the show, but I've actually thought that we had such an ugly previous conversation that, basically our relationship was burnt, and I still kind of feel that way. I need
was that
Adam
conversation
to read this and come up with a line of argumentation that makes sense. And if it doesn't make sense, I'm going to use ableist slurs against Adam Friended repeatedly.
Jesus.
Okay. So listen,
Calm
I'm
down,
all about
buddy.
hanging out, being bros, smoking reefer, although I don't smoke reefer anymore, watching movies, talking about how the left is bad, talking about how Kamala is cringe, talking about how Biden was
How's the left
old,
bad?
talking about how Gavin Newsom is a serial killer. I'm all about that shit. I'm all about talking about how the Democrats are ineffective and the leftists are insane. But if you don't acknowledge this, I think you're a fucking dumbass. Okay?
Largest universe of socialists that I can think of is people who believe in the collective ownership of the means of production. Now, obviously, people like to add in all sorts of extra shit, right? Like, you got to decommodify the markets and you have to decommodify labor and
sorry, I actually have to listen to this.
You have to have production for use, and there's all kinds of other shit.
To be clear, when you say
like
collectivize the means of production, you mean everything would have to be forcibly a co-op. There'd be no private businesses, right?
Well, no, I mean, you could have a pluralistic model. So cooperatives aren't the only way to collectivize production, but
so we need to pull this up. Socialism, definitionally, over the past 200 years, is emancipating the working class from the oppressions of capitalism. But then it seems like we jump in and out of Marxism and socialism. And so I kind of need to just pay attention to what's going on, because otherwise I'm totally going to get lost.
In an ideal sense, a socialist period model wouldn't have any.
Shadow 2 Bravo. Kamala isn't competent. Yeah, sure. Sure, Kamala might not be competent, but would she have caused 14...
on Steam, I received an invitation from someone to take part in testing a game called Deadlock by Valve. Do you think it's a good idea? Do you think it's a good idea for me to test this game, Deadlock? MOBA, multiplayer, third-person shooter, team-based. I mean, I can try it out. Why not? We'll try it out on some stream. I assume anybody is still watching, right? This stream.
Million preventable deaths due to the closing of USAID with no plan. Would she be supporting the ethnic cleansing of Gaza in order to turn Gaza into Atlantic City? Would she have backstabbed Ukraine, resulting in thousands of Ukrainian civilian deaths?
You warned against
mass
doing
deported Central Americans that is going to fuck with construction industry and agricultural industry prices? During the 80s and 90s and thousands, was she the best friend to a sex trafficker who sex trafficked 14-year-old girls? And was Kamala Harris credibly accused of raping said girls and is now covering up the pedophile ring? Feel free to answer any one of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points. Feel free to answer any one of those 5 points.
Any private ownership of essentially businesses.
Right.
So that's what I kind of think about when I say socialism. I think of collective ownership of the means of production. And to your second point of
collective ownership of the means of production. So he thinks that socialism is half of the Marxist definition. Okay. So I'm going to write that down. Let me improve my model real quick. Can I do a save as JPEG? Then let's do Econoboy socialism map. And then let's do not that. Let's do the square. So workers owning the means of production is what he thinks that socialism is. And
it's
then
part
I'm
of it.
going to expand this.
It's part of it.
Into his own box.
Also, socialism goes beyond Marx and Engels.
And, is there an eraser button? Yeah, there is. Let me scale it up real quick. Can I do this? So as far as I know, I'm going to make it look good. I hope my rant earlier was entertaining enough that you guys can tolerate a little bit of dead air as I try to build my mind palace.
Jesus.
But effectively, what I'm hearing is that
Uh-huh.
Econoboy wants to emancipate the working class from the oppressions of capitalism, which is just like the vague foundation and definition of socialism, in my opinion. 200 years of socialist history all supports this goal. And then he's saying that he thinks socialism is achieved when workers own the means of production. But so far, he hasn't said that the decommodification of basic human needs is a necessary part of his definition. If he believes that, then I'm going to add it. And then I'm going to leave this space open for Econoboy's model.
Okay. I'm going to be discussing socialism
what do
with
I
him.
actually
So
advocate for? I did release, and there's my latest article. It's part 3 of my journey to democratic socialism on my Substack, where I basically it's like a 5,000 word article where I exactly lay out.
Shadow 2 Bravo says, at what point is Africa responsible for Africa? I need you to hear me. I wouldn't give 2 fucks if USAID drew down their responsibilities and we said, hey, Europe and Asia, we are no longer interested in providing preventive disease for Africa. We're just not interested. It's not our project. And so as a result, we are going to take our $10 billion program and we're cutting it down to 0 over the next 5 years. You need to, if you don't want to see 14 million deaths, you need to take over our warehouses and facilities. You need to take over our infrastructure, and you need to contribute $10 billion amongst all of you, because that's not that much money, right? Between Europe and Africa and Asia, you guys need to take over this $10 billion program. And then what you would have is you would have the United States stepping back, which achieves the Trump's goal of withdrawing from the world. And then we also have Eurasia and Africa taking responsibility for their own sphere of influence, which prevents 14 million people from
just
dying.
flushes soft power down the toilet.
That's fine. I don't give a shit about that. What I care about, similar to the way that Trump wanted to withdraw from the Middle East and North Africa, is an abrupt withdrawal that results in unnecessary human death. And Shadow 2 Bravo, I love you because you're a normal chatter and whatever. But if you don't think that us killing 14 million people is bad, so let's figure out a way to do this responsibly in a way that doesn't kill 14 million people. If you're like, fuck it, not our responsibility. I don't think you would keep that energy if we flew to Africa together and then we just walked around in the fucking huts and there was a bunch of nice fucking African people and then you had to watch a 5-year-old struggle and die as a result of no longer having medication. I don't think you would keep that fucking energy. And I don't think you would keep that energy if you saw it happen 14 million fucking times. So yeah, you can have that energy on social media in the Western world. I don't think you can keep that energy when you actually see the suffering that we were originally alleviating and now are causing.
Kind of what I'm advocating for. And the short of it is that things like sovereign wealth funds and things like holding corporations, where public institutions will, essentially purchase open market stock, and they'll engage in entrepreneurial investment allocation on behalf of the public, right? Holding corporations and sovereign wealth funds and things like that. And in doing so, they take privately owned things and they put them to public use, right? So for instance, if we were to imagine that a sovereign wealth fund, this is just an example, it would be much more complex than this, of course, but if we were to imagine that a sovereign wealth fund were to purchase, 70% of the stock of Walmart, well, the control of that entity goes from private hands, in the case of the shareholders of Walmart, to public hands, in the case of the public entity that now controls the stock. And so those are the kind of institutions that I would generally argue for.
Well, I mean, a sovereign wealth fund is not socialist, and I don't think most socialists would even think of it as a socialist thing.
Well, what's maybe this? I get a little frustrated when people say sovereign wealth funds aren't socialist. So, I've just heard it a lot. Obviously, you're being good faith, but when a sovereign wealth fund purchases a business, that's a publicly controlled entity, right? So sovereign wealth funds are owned by the public, right? And by that entity purchasing businesses, we're taking production, businesses, and we're making them now controlled by a collective institution, in the case of, the state through the Sovereign Wealth Fund. And so I take that to be a pretty clean collectivist policy to engage in. And if
I'm okay with this so far because of my expansion of the vague definition of socialism. I can at least understand what Econoboy is saying, and then let's steelman it and let's rip it apart too. So let's say that the United States government bought a majority stake in Walmart. We all have criticisms of Walmart. Okay, my criticisms of Walmart are the fluorescent lighting sucks. It basically feels like I'm being kidnapped by a alien starship. The employees look miserable and are unhelpful.
Jesus.
The employees look like they're on the verge of killing themselves.
I'm not sure if there's a
And
Walmart in
then
Poland.
they are locuses of crime because effectively Walmart keeps all of the cheap goods within a city. It's effectively a warehouse for the city to keep all of the cheap goods. And so as a result of marketing and trying to support the working class through selling them very cheap goods, let's just face it, socioeconomic deprivation is going to cause concentrations of crime. And so Walmart is effectively like, if you're going to get robbed, you're going to get, and there's a Walmart in your town, you're going to get robbed in a Walmart parking lot, right? And so these things are problems that can be solved, but Walmart doesn't care about solving these problems because it fucks with their profit margin. You could actually train your employees well, you could pay them well, you could give them decent benefits and probably still maintain healthy profit margins. You could install security cameras and install lighting that doesn't hurt your fucking eyes and makes you seem like you're being kidnapped by aliens. You could, I'm trying to think of what else, but I honestly, like, if they just dealt with the crime issue by installing high quality cameras and decent security, and if they paid their employees a decent wage so their employees weren't on social benefits, I think all of my criticisms of Walmart would actually evaporate. At that point, I would be like, based. Walmart is based, right? And so, if you had a majority public ownership of the company, through the purchases of stock, you could institute those pro-worker reforms.
Okay.
But my problem is when you have things like woke and DEI, right? I understand my liberal audience doesn't give a shit about this, and my progressive audience actually thinks they're good things. But what's to say that you're not going to have like all those, like what's to say that the government, when it has a majority share in Walmart, they're not going to be like, you must have 50% representation in the board of Walmart that is black, gay, and trans. And you must have these progressive initiatives about representation. And you must have the human resources finger-wagging HR bullshit that has annoyed the fuck out of all of us for the past 20 or 30 years. And the truth is there's no breaks for that. If progressives, or if conservatives, mind you, because conservatives could just turn it into like a Christian theocrat freak show, but whoever wields political power will influence the culture of that institution and can bend it to their whim because they have a majority stake, right? So it's a clear stepping stone to an authoritarian fucking nightmare. And I think Econoboy's argument to that would be like, yeah, well, but we would still achieve economic good. And realistically, these things happen anyways. So as long as we put good people in charge, who cares? That's my presumption.
What do you mean?
If we were to imagine that, for instance, the state owns.
What do you mean by
let's
put
just
good
imagine
people
a
in
world where, like,
charge?
the state owns everything through us. Like everything is owned and controlled by the Sovereign Wealth Fund in society. Would it not be socialist just because we're calling the entity a Sovereign Wealth Fund? Like
yeah. So yeah. This is going to be the entire conversation, isn't it? Let me pull up the map. So the broad definition of socialism that's so broad that it's practically useless says, let's emancipate the working class from the oppressions of capitalism. That's the definition that's so broad that, okay, whatever. And that could include the Scandinavian model and social democracy. So this is the definition that Econoboy, in my opinion, is using. But then he's taking 50% of the Marxist definition, which is workers owning the means of production, and he's incorporating it into what he wants to do. That's it. That's the confusion right here. It's on your screen.
Have a sovereign wealth fund where the government owned 100% of the stock, sure. But if we're talking about the models of sovereign wealth funds, at least that I'm familiar with, I know you brought up in the conversation Norway, where they own a bunch of public stock of American companies. They don't have any, they're not influencing the legal system or the laws in America. They're not controlling Apple or Google, which are all capitalist countries. And so that's why I guess I'm confused when you say sovereign wealth fund. Do you mean a sovereign wealth fund that owns like
Paul, I am the only good centrist.
100% of stocks? Sure.
He's
But I
a
don't think that's what most
centrist.
people are
I
talking
don't see him
about
as a
when we talk about sovereign
centrist.
wealth
Yeah.
funds.
Well, I guess it does depend on what people are talking about. So I do advocate for an incrementalist approach, right? So I don't believe in like violent revolution or anything like that. I think the sovereign wealth fund kind of internalizes a lot of that desire because you can purchase more or less stock over time depending on what your goals are. And certainly there are right wingers, like I think Donald Trump, and there was Cassidy
Trump
from
wants to create a sovereign
Louisiana.
wealth fund, yeah. And he's
Right, so
not
you can have
socialist.
different. Well, but he's a nationalist, right? So you can have
Sure.
different motivations for creating a sovereign wealth fund, right? To your point about Norway, all that we can do about Norway is really just say two things, right? Number one, they have two different sovereign wealth funds. One of their sovereign wealth funds is focused on the foreign market because they're an oil-dependent nation, and so they want to diversify away from their own economy. But then they have the second sovereign wealth fund, which is focused on domestic investments. And I think depending on the year, they own about something like 30 to 40% of their own stock market is actually owned by the public. I'm talking about the Oslo Stock Exchange. And then if we were to look at just the GDP, right? So like, hey, look, Norwegian GDP, everything that Norway produces, what percent of it comes from collectively owned institutions, whether that be government services, state-owned enterprises, cooperatives, things like that.
I think I
that
know where
number
I'm going
comes
to take the
about
conversation.
40
I'm
to
gonna
45% of their economy. So I'm not
working
All
on
right,
it.
quick shill time. Like the stream. Share it with your friends. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. Thank you for being here.
Wow.
saying Norway is a socialist country. I'm just saying that Norway has a type of institutional framework, and it's not the only example that I would point to, but it has a type of institutional framework that I think that we can apply to America, and effectively, by copying over some of those institutions, collectivize a lot of ownership in society in a voluntary way.
So, okay, but you agree then, I guess, that sovereign wealth fund.
What's funny?
Let's bring this up. Sorry. So let's make a box. Okay, let's make a box around Kamala Harris.
What's funny?
Then can I move this stuff? All right. So for me, these are the serious things. Okay. These are the super serious things. Let's leave these separate. But you guys brought up even more ones that should be like worrying to a liberal or a conservatarian. So let's go ahead and write these ones down, okay? The ones that you guys said. So how about deporting people, detaining and deporting people without due process? I think that should be alarming to any liberal or libertarian.
Oh my God, Jordan!
Deporting
Thank you
people.
for the $5 for Fido. Thank you for the Fido money. Thank you very much. It helps me. It helps me a lot. Thank you as always. How are you, Jordan? Now that you're here, I'm checking out Counterpoint's content, especially about socialism, because I'm going to be having a conversation with him on Wednesday, next Wednesday, 1 p.m. EST, Eastern Standard Time. So I'm going to have a debate / conversation. What do you think? Finally, this channel is going to grow to its full potential. How am I? Mixed bag. I'm going to be talking about socialism from the perspective of the Polish socialists. and the Polish Socialist Party from during the partitions, so the end and the beginning of the end of the 19th century, the beginning of the 20th century, and pre-World War II Poland in which they operated. And I'm going to be talking about Polish socialists versus Polish communists. I'm going to be talking about their values. I'm going to be talking about their policy. And I'm going to be talking about briefly about my own father's politics. It's going to be my plan. That's going to be my big thing. What do you think? What do you think? Was it a good idea? Bad idea? And I genuinely wonder... Oh, there's one more book that I could be reading, actually. There's one more book. Sounds like you got this. I hope so. I'm gonna try to write up a bunch of thesis arguments. So, you know.
Good
night.
Without due process. Romanticizing, glorifying the torture of detained people.
Mm-hmm.
Sakot, alligator Alcatraz,
Jesus Christ,
torturing asylees, and if you don't want to do Kilmar Abrego Garcia, like you could, if you were like, oh, he's a gangster, then you could still do Andre Hernandez, who just got released and said that he was sodomized, raped, and tortured while he was in Sikot. Tortured in Sikot. Then what's another interesting one? Ignoring court orders to restore due process and justice.
Trying to get rid of birthright citizenship, by the way.
What's another one? You guys had some good ones.
Birthright citizenship.
Threatening our allies. So threatening Greenland, Denmark, in Canada for no discernible benefit.
And the canal.
Tariffing allies. Tariffs against allies. How do you spell tariffs?
No tariffs against Russia, by the way, interesting enough.
Against allies. Passing on costs to consumers. Pretending it's a W.
I think that's not a small thing. No tariff on Russia.
The crypto scam? Oh my God. Yeah. He's basically doing, excuse me, rug pull crypto scam of supporters, followed by corruption via crypto.
Oh my God.
What is it? You could also add the $400 million airplane from Dubai. You could also add in the 90,000 square foot ballroom being added to the White House, which are both abominations. Oh, okay. Yeah. Eric Adams. I forgot about Eric Adams. Killing a corruption case to get support for mass deportations. Yeah.
I would list
these are
birthright
all,
citizenship, actually.
These are all decent. So, hold on.
What about all the anti-LGBT?
Canada, several constitutional amendments being attacked, destroying our relationship with all our longtime allies.
I'm not sure if that even counts for counterpoints, but what about all the anti-LGBT initiatives? via executive orders. What about those?
Due process. Yeah. These are all good. These are all good. Why don't we just add false elector scheme trying to overthrow the government? Why don't we just add that as something that liberals and libertarians and conservatarians and Republicans should care about, right? False elector scheme / overthrowing the government.
Yes.
Let's just go ahead and add that as something that we should all agree was bad. Don't you think? I think it was bad. I don't know if you guys think it was bad. I think these things were bad. So I'm going to put this in its own box.
I think it was
because
good.
It's so bad that it should preclude him from office, right? That's my opinion. And I think most conservatives,
you're anti-freedom.
Most Republicans had that opinion.
I think you're anti-freedom
on January 7th, 2021, right? But they've all fallen off of that. Then I would say that these are the ones that are like uncontested evil. And I think that if you apologize for this shit, you're fucking retarded and evil. Then this stuff, I expect centrists to sweep for, because they're going to say like, oh, well, these are all, people who are abusing the immigration system anyway. So I don't really think that the detaining people is really that big of an idea. And you know what? Like they're just memeing when they're glorifying the torture of detained people, and when they're laughing about people are being sodomized and tortured and Sukkot. It's all just jokes, right? It's all just jokes. Mm-hmm. And when Kilmar Abrego Garcia and Andre Hernandez both testified to torture in Sukkot, it's just memes, guys. It's just jokes. And when they ignore the orders, again, it's just jokes, guys. Threatening our allies, it's all memes. Nobody takes it seriously. And tariffing our allies, it's still up in the air on whether or not these are good things, because we haven't seen the kind of horrible inflation that was predicted as a result of tariffs. And realistically, like, he's a deal maker, right? He's making good deals with all these countries.
No, he's
so
not.
If American consumers have to pay a little bit extra when they go to the store, and if we collapsed a few thousand businesses, well, that's just the cost we have to pay in order to reform the economy. Now, the rug pull crypto scam of supporters followed by corruption via crypto, I expect them to sweep for, but it's mind-blowing to me that anybody would sweep for that shit. That's unironically just fucking evil. And then killing a corruption case to get support for mass deportations via Eric Adams, there's no way you can sweep for it. You can only joke. You can only joke about it because it's so fucking bad. So, yeah. Not to mention Jared Kushner. Ooh, holy fuck. Right? This is bad, right? This is fucking bad. This is bad. This is super fucking bad. Like, I'm repeating myself, and I'm kind of doing the train wrecks meme. But you understand that, like, this is actually fucking evil.
I think it's good.
And I don't understand how you still sweep for it. I really don't. I really
Make
do
America
not
great
understand
again.
How you can pretend that Kamala would have done any of this shit. Kamala wouldn't have done any of this shit. The worst she would have done is she would have swept for pedophiles. But now, not only are you sweeping for pedophiles, the guy who's in charge is one of the accused pedophiles.
Funds. I mean, I don't know how much if we're going to do some study of it globally, but sovereign wealth funds are not necessarily socialist, right? You do agree with that? Sounds like that's what you were saying.
I mean, of course, of course, it's. I would never say like sovereign wealth funds are like necessarily socialist, because it depends on what you're buying. I thought that's what you did say in the beginning of the conversation.
No, he's just saying it's another way of owning the means of production that isn't as heavy-handed as other socialist concepts. I understand, Econo Boy. I understand what he's saying.
Conversation.
Well, no. So
because I said they weren't socialists, and you said you didn't like that people with bad faith say it's not socialist.
Well, no, because I can. That's completely compatible with the view that it depends on what you're buying. With
okay, AF Racing points out that 100 people haven't liked the stream. Yo, where's our Oilers at? Right, Grassroots can't carry the whole stream by himself.
Bro,
if you don't have cash and you're a working class schlub, that's totally fine. like the stream.
Like
Liking
the
is
stream.
fine.
Yeah, like
share
the
it with
stream.
your friends. If you have a good time, if you enjoy the commentary, if you enjoy the conceptions that we're talking about, then
Yeah,
come back.
do all that, but for my stream instead of his. Okay, do all that. Isn't that right, Jordan? Estelle is gone. Random 3PO, are you still here? Dr. Johns, are you still here? Or are you gone? What's happening? Dr. Johns. You know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna say it. Dr. Johns, if you're here and stay, then we're gonna play that game that you told me to play. How's that? I'm gonna see if Dr. Johns is still here.
Come back tomorrow. Come back the next day. Come back
True.
Monday through Friday,
Come back.
9:30 a.m. to
Come
2:30
back.
p.m. Come back to the stream.
Yeah.
If you have money burning a hole in your pocket, super chats or become a member, and also watch the VODs, love the VODs, enjoy the VODs.
Yeah, exactly. All of that advice is really good and really applicable to my channel. I just got back from smoking with my buds, but I'm a famous I'm always like streams when I enter. Yeah. Also join the page if you could, and consider supporting your favorite streamer. Did you smoke pot? But yes, let me check something, because also like the VODs. That's true. You should like the VODs. They've made quite a bit of new VODs. You know? I've made a few new VODs. Wow. All right, let me see. We were 420 blade. Nice. Very nice. Well done. Now you must join the page lucyhazard.org/live, or even lucyhazard.org/donate.
Come on. It's free. Liking the stream is free.
The sovereign wealth
It
funds.
is
So, for
free.
instance, some sovereign wealth funds in
yet
different
people
countries
don't like.
just purchase real estate, right? Some sovereign wealth funds just purchase fixed income, right? So, for instance, in America, we have a trust fund. We have what you might call a sovereign wealth fund, but it's the Social Security Trust Fund. But the only thing that they invest in is fixed income assets, U.S. Treasuries. Well, that's not means of production, right? Like that's a wealth fund. That's a trust fund, as we call it. Government essentially managed investment, but it's not like collectivizing the means of production, right? And similar, like you point out, like, oh, well, in Norway, they buy a lot of foreign assets. It's like, well, they do that, but they also buy a lot of domestic assets. So, obviously what I'm advocating for is, hey, let's create a sovereign wealth fund. Similar to Alaska, we can take a sovereign wealth fund. We can start purchasing a lot of domestic, essentially, stock in a bunch of different companies, right? Diversify our portfolio, make it all safe and everything like that. And in doing that, we can engage in a process by which.
Shadow 2 Bravo says, am I the only Sitch Adam crossover fan? No. Grassroots Hegemon, Lucifer the Doberman, Zero Fucks.
Who?
There's a few other Sitch and Adam people.
We take the domestic economy from, relatively speaking, private hands and put it in the hands of the public.
Okay. I mean, and
how many Lucy Hazard people are there
just going
here?
back to Norway for a second. The sovereign wealth fund that they use to invest in not mostly, but largely in a lot of American tech companies is.
Tagrung used to be a Sitch and Adam fan, according to this chat.
I believe substantially larger than the one that has anything to do with them investing in their own companies in the country.
No, it is.
Says,
Yeah. The smaller one.
Larger.
Yeah, I don't know. This is none of this is. So again, I don't know why we're getting hung up on Norway so much.
Well, just
so
it seems.
conceded.
I guess the reason it just seems strange to me is that in the conversation, it seemed like there was a lot of talking about sovereign wealth funds and Norway sovereign wealth funds, and it seems weird to me, and I think to a lot of other people, to say that
Sorry for keep interrupting, but yeah, Shadow 2 Bravo, you're not the only one. World-renowned GeoHound says, years back when I used to be blind at the centrist grift that covers for Trump and spreads nonstop misinformation, I like Sitch and Adam. I hate almost everything about them. Fuck them. Well, here's my beef. Here's my legitimate beef. Is that Sitch calls out the shit, but he's in a gilded cage, in my opinion. Okay.
Jesus.
He's got Daddy J-Mac. He's got other Oilers.
what?
He's got 1,000 chatters who are all the conservatarians who are looking for an excuse for why the left is as bad as the right. And then he's got a...
Well, at least I don't have that problem, right? I'm not in a gilded cage. I'm free as a bird. I'm free as a duck. Did you know that ducks can swim, fly, and walk and run? So land, sea, and air animals. Did you know? Bet you didn't know that about these glorious birds. And that is why I'm free, like a duck.
Co-host who genuinely
I don't-
believes that. But his
I don't
host
have
genuinely
to
believes that because he's fucking...
hold my
I'm just going to
opinions.
say it. I mean, it's just true. He's fucking dumb. Okay?
Jesus.
If you look at all this shit and you can't differentiate between these two fucking things, I think you're a fucking idiot. Okay? Now, that being said, I think something happens when you fall out of, like, fandom.
That is, I mean, I don't think I have to say anything else. I have my opinions on Adam. I have my own little opinions, but I don't think I have to add anything to what was being said here. The only thing I know about ducks is their strange, explosive, corkscrew penises. Well, you know what? There's a saying in Polish that the hungry think about the bread, okay? You should think about that. You should think about the fact that the hungry will think about the bread, okay? Think about it.
Them with a creator where you have to become a hater of that creator. That's not how I want you to be. Like, I want you to watch me, I want you to watch Destiny and all that kind of stuff. But you shouldn't go from one...
I do not want you to watch Destiny, okay? I do not. I do not want you to watch Destiny, okay? That is not a fate that I want for you. Progressivism. Oh my god. Oh, what? This cannot be serious. Okay, you know what? I just saw something really stupid and I'm gonna check it out real quick. Progressivism and liberalism, how compatible are they? This cannot be serious. This cannot be a serious thing that's happening on YouTube right now. Or Zwick. Oh, Riverbow, I'm not shooting in Monopolis. Whether or not I'd fuck a duck is irrelevant to this, and I resent the implication somehow. That was not my implication, but once again, the hungry think of the bread. I can't believe that Food Shops has 187 viewers. I cannot believe that lately she had 700 live viewers. This is ridiculous. This is sick. Who the hell is this? I don't know, but I always see SMH and I don't read it as shaking my head. I always read it as somehow. For some reason. Riverboat Jack. Fair enough that Riverboat Jack has... Okay, but I just saw something stupid. Wick TV. Boom.
So it's like, I'm not trying to say that...
I'm not gonna try to say that progressive and liberalism, how compatible are they? This is such BS. Okay, I wanna see.
Okay. Welcome one and all, yet another episode of Wick TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together.
Not too erudite? Is that not too erudite? I cannot tell.
Silly to the serious. Gang, we've got a great show for you today. Not So Erudite will be here in about a minute.
Okay.
She's running a little late, but that's okay. When she gets here, she'll jump backstage with and we'll start the conversation. But you guys know her. You know who she is. She's been on my show a few times, okay? You're already introduced. Today, I want to introduce someone new to you.
Who?
My guest today is someone who's asked to be on my show before about tariffs. Didn't work out for a variety of reasons, but we did get him on today. Sir, tell the audience who you are, what you do, why they you, etc. Go ahead.
For sure. First of all, thank you so much for having me. I'm really sorry it didn't work out the last time because of extenuating circumstances. But yeah, very happy to be here. So I'm Sid. I go by Lil Baby Gandhi on Twitter. I am a democratic socialist, maybe in a classical sense of the word. And I'm really excited to talk about progressivism and liberalism with Not So Erudite today.
Yeah.
That was a good enough introduction. It's like my first stream in like 5 years, so I'm.
How are progressivism and liberalism not compatible?
Give me 1 second. Let me see where she is, and then we will get into it. So I did see the tweet you responded to, and this is kind of what made me reach out to you because I thought it was an interesting back and forth that we could have here.
Okay.
So Not So Erudite made a tweet. She quote tweeted a clip on Jubilee, like one of those 20 versus 1 surrounded things.
Okay.
And a woman was giving a take that Not So Erudite, and I'm going to use her words, I'm going to quote her, says, "Liberals should not have allowed progressives to get so loud. We never agreed with this, and we still don't." Your reply was, "She's a self-described radical. I don't know what that has to do with progressives." And I think that would be an interesting conversation because there's a lot of liberals, and to be clear, I'm a liberal, who believe that progressivism, there are radical elements within progressivism. Right?
Like why?
And so maybe we are misunderstanding what progressivism is, what they believe, etc. So I thought it'd be an interesting conversation between the two of you to kind of like hash it out and figure this out. And yeah,
This is gonna be stupid.
I think absolutely.
This is gonna be the stupidest. This is gonna be the stupid content for tonight, isn't it? This is gonna be the thing that's gonna make my head hurt, make me shake my head. But okay, let's watch it a bit.
Look, I sent Not So Erudite a message even last week when we tried to set this conversation up, and it was basically I feel like. On the base, I don't think that there is so much that her and I disagree on.
Mm-hmm.
I think the kind of goals and the values are perhaps the same. And I think what I was disagreeing with was the fact that the lady in that video was a
Then why even discuss the thing? If you agree on everything, then why even talk? That is true. You're not supposed to feed bread to ducks. That is absolutely true.
Blamed radical, which is, she kind of wants a tear down of the existing political system of the Democrats or whatever. And I feel like progressives kind of want to, at least in general, want to work within the framework of the kind of, democratic way in the US at least. And I think that her specifically, the lady in the video, should not be tied into progressive views. But just for context of this conversation, I do not think that there is much that me and Not So Erudite disagree so much on. And so that's my kind of framework for this conversation, at least.
Yeah, no, it's a problem. I'm literally stalling for time while she gets here, just to be clear.
No worries, no worries.
I'm trying to get her on the show. I like for people to be on time, but it is what it is, right? I guess.
Well, I mean, look,
for my point,
it's two fucking Canadians talking about American politics, so I'm sure it'll be interesting for the audience.
You know what? I think that the American politics has seeped into other.
Party that Steve Harper was in charge of, basically.
Okay. Well, speaking of the devil, Not So Erudite, welcome to the show. How are you?
Hi. Sorry about the delay. Sorry for making you guys wait.
It's fine. It happens.
No problem.
I guess you'd say.
We're doing better now that you're here, Miss Erudite.
Good. Good.
Okay.
Heard you had.
Oh, go ahead.
The tech issues are resolved. We're all.
Everyone's
all good.
audible. Everyone's visible.
Good.
I guess to kind of go back just a minute. The reason we're having this conversation is because Not So Erudite, you made a tweet, which I found interesting, and Sid here responded to you.
Okay.
And I'm going to read the tweet out again. It was a quote tweet of a clip on one of the I believe it was a Jubilee, one of those 20 versus 1 surrounded. And the lady was making a point you disagreed with, and you said this. Said, "Liberals should not have allowed progressives to get so loud. We never agreed with this, and we still don't." Sid here disagrees that what she was saying was a progressive thing. And I
Okay.
thought that it would be an interesting discussion. to have
Nasty
someone who's
erudite.
much more
Damn.
liberal and someone who's much more progressive sit down and talk about the differences between liberalism and progressivism, how where the compatibilities are, where the incompatibilities might be, and how that might go. So I
Mhm.
guess the first question to you, Miss Not So Erudite, is was what she was saying actually progressive? Do you actually believe that, and why? What would you consider it progressivism?
So I think the issue we're going to come down to in a lot of this conversation that I think is probably meaningful is the way that the labels get used. Right. So a lot of people might be like, well, that actually wasn't progressive. That was like a radical. And I'm like, I don't know if people use the label radicals very often. It seems like progressive includes this entire tent all the way from like just like Bernie Bros all the way to like just before tankies. So when I was thinking about it, to be honest, I did view it
No,
as like,
what the hell is just before tankies? First of all, I have no clue what that means. What is the tent? What are the beliefs of those who are just before tankies? I have no clue. So this is already confusing me. This is already just making me ask more questions than I have answered. What the hell does that mean?
it's like a progressive, albeit very far along that spectrum. I can understand Sid being like, that's actually not a progressive. She's some other camp. So we can have, I think that's one conversation to probably have. I think a second conversation is like which is like the heart of the matter, which is like how we want the left to appear and emerge, right? Like who gets to be, who's representing the camp well, and how do we like manage that without like just doing more purity politicking, which has been obviously destructive for the left movement broadly.
Oh, that's fair. I guess to you, Sid, how do you, if you think she's a radical, what should the left do?
What is
to keep
purity
on the more radical
politicking?
side of
What the
progressivism
hell
or
is purity
non-progressivism?
politicking?
Like, at what point do we disavow someone for having an idea and coming up and acting as if they are representative of the left?
I think that, I mean, I want to take this kind of two ways. I think Not So Erudite and I agree, like on a very clear case. I think in that video itself, she presented herself as a radical. And I think for me, someone who's on the left, I would like to focus more on specific kind of, table issues, figure out what are things that reach people the most, where it actually kind of pinches them, whether, kind of like economic or welfare policy. And that's more important to me. And I think that maybe in that video, she got to a little bit of the crux of issues, but didn't kind of present her argument in the right kind of way. And she made some kind of cogent points, but I don't think it was the way she went about it, especially because it's radical, because her viewpoint is like, you need to dismantle the political system to actually have something workable for people, which I totally disagree with. And I messaged my co-host about this earlier too. I don't think we have that much of
Biden
a
was
disagreement
elected as a center-left
about the
person.
specific
Okay.
solutions to the issue.
Oh boy.
But for me, the main point was I don't think she represents the majority of what progressives are like, basically. I don't think.
I think I would broadly probably agree with that. The issue is kind of twofold, which is who is a progressive? Like what does that account, right? Especially, I'm not sure if you agree with me. It feels like it's a pretty ambiguous term because progressive mostly just means kind of somewhat avant-garde and further left than a lib. But the cutoff points are not clear, particularly to our enemies, which to be clear, we shouldn't define these things by how Republicans are going to characterize it because they'll just always try to characterize us poorly. But like if you are a progressive, which I don't identify as, to be fair, if you are a progressive, do you identify as progressive?
I wouldn't particularly identify myself as a progressive. I think I'm sympathetic to what they're doing, but I think maybe we'll have a little bit of a talk about the definitions of it as well.
You know what? I will identify myself as a progressive. What now? Here you go. I identify myself as a progressive. What now? I push for progress. I like progress. Progress is good. What now? What's the follow-up to that question?
But I don't particularly identify myself as a progressive now.
Okay. What would you fall into camp, just so I'm aware of like where you fall?
I would be like a democratic socialist maybe, but a lot different than how the terminology is used in the U.S. I'm not. You and I are Canadian, so I feel like I'm a little bit outside of that camp. But I don't think I would. I would broadly fall into that tent maybe, but I wouldn't identify myself as a progressive. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that's super fair. So I guess like when I think about progressives, I think about those who want to reform the system, whereas like radicals are just along that spectrum. Like I think there are radical progressives who they don't just want to, like they want to reform the system too. It's just usually through like revolutionary means, and they're very open to violence, right? The issue is that like I have a hard time separating these groups. I'll just grant you now, if I could go back and could rewrite that tweet.
Yeah, I know. If you have a hard time separating these groups, then you're just stupid because those groups are in stark opposition to one another. Already, I'm feeling very disappointed with this whole thing. I'm not sure even what was I supposed to expect. Whatever. Let's continue watching. Already.
I probably should have said some other label. The question is, I don't know what label I would use because I don't think radicals is like a word in the nomenclature that people identify as a group yet, particularly because there's radicals on either side. So it's like it's not even clear. I don't think radicals is a group identity that any viewer would recognize as like a cohesive, meaningful movement.
I mean, I the way that I totally agree with you is that I don't like, radicalism and progressivism don't fit into one umbrella at all. Those are two things that are so antithetical to each other, I think. Because radicalism is basically an entire tear down of the system to, whatever revolutionary way you want, whether it's right wing or whether it's left wing. But I think for me, or at least the way that I would sort of sympathize with progressivism, is the fact that you want to use kind of democratic parliamentary means to push forward kind of reformist measures that are broadly in line with a left wing kind of ideology. And I don't think that radicals, and this is the point that we totally agree on, is that those people do not fit into that tent at all. I don't think. I don't think you should fit into the progressive kind of tent if your basic framework for alleviating problems is that, what we need is a fucking tear down the system. We need to basically overthrow capitalism. I don't think that's what progressivism is about. And I think that was basically my main contention with the tweet, which was, I think it's pretty milquetoast. I think you and I are basically aligned on.
Then why are they having this conversation?
I think we're aligned on the fact that these people do not belong in that movement. I think what we basically have a contention on is, what portion of these people do you want within a kind of liberal party to push forward the kind of next rule in power after Democrats or whatever?
I think that's one contention, right? Like, how do we deal with this? But also, I guess when I think about this problem, what you're describing is like, okay, well, progressives want to work within the system, whereas radicals want to just tear it down. I'll just grant you those definitions because I hate quibbling over definitions mostly. So I'm happy to grant those. Yeah, what I would say that the issue is now is that the progressive camp, especially at a media level. So as soon as I make this analysis, people are like, which politician? I'm not talking about Democrats. I'm talking about the media landscape. Who do we feel like is a good embodiment in, let's just say, the alt media space, because that's the space that we occupy. That is a progressive. Because when I look at progressives in this space, they're all over the place, but a lot of them seem to break a lot of bread with radicals. They seem to oftentimes dress themselves like radicals. They're highly sympathetic to radical ideas. It's just when you push them, they're like, well, no, of course I don't want violence. So it feels almost like the socialist versus tanky thing, where like oftentimes I say like there's two types of socialists. There's socialists who are just capitalists who want to be nice, okay, and they're afraid to admit it. And there's socialists who are hiding the power level. And they're tankies who want to call themselves socialists so people don't realize what they actually want.
Oh my God.
And it feels like we're falling into some of the same issue in the progressive camp, where if we're using progressive versus radical, there's progressives who are progressives. They're democracy oriented. They get along better. They're going to lay in a bed with a liberal better than a radical, theoretically. They're going to work for the same things. Whereas they're actually breaking bread a lot of the time with radicals. They're dressing like radicals. They're talking like radicals. They want to appeal to radicals.
The socialist thing made my brain hurt.
Incentive of the internet and salaciousness and how radicalism seems to do very well on the internet. So some of that's probably just tactical and grifty. But it doesn't change the fact then that now this progressive movement, when I look at it, I've got Z, right, from Unfuck America Tour, who's an open progressive, very liberal oriented, right? But I also feel like I have like the Young Turks in that same camp. But these are not the same people. And that's kind of the issue, is that I feel like the progressive label and the left generally, if we're like broadening this out to the tent, all get kind of smattered with this thing. And I think it's really hard to separate these things out.
I think also,
communist Trump must get in New York City and take it over, like
when they
DC.
present themselves as progressive, have slightly more insane opinions than the mainstream, of course.
Okay,
but
can we get examples?
I want to be able to delineate what the movement is about and what the figureheads are saying, because for me, that's an important kind of distinction. Because when I think of progressives in my day-to-day life, they are extremely separate from which you and I agree on, the generally horrible figureheads we have for the progressive movements. And if you're saying that, these the figureheads in the media side, at least in the alt media side,
I mean, maybe America just has shitty figureheads.
Way more left field than they should be. I totally agree with you.
Have you considered that maybe the US suffers from a problem of shitty figureheads? I mean, your figurehead was for the longest time Destiny of all people. I feel like to some people in this conversation, he still kind of really is.
I do not think that is the way you should couch progressive politics, but I don't think in general that people who are part of that progressive umbrella are like that, if that makes sense.
Oh, totally agree, right? This is like the difference between boots on ground. I've worked with tons and tons and tons of progressives on boots on ground movement. The issue is that when it comes to the aesthetic or the narrative or the archetype that your group embodies, unfortunately, let's be honest, in the same way that like left people don't talk to conservatives very often, conservatives don't talk to left people very often. They have no idea.
I think she's right that a lot of people who call themselves socialists believe in capitalism with the edges sanded down rather than Marxian socialism. But the other option isn't just being a tanky. Well, that's silly. Like, I'm gonna say it now. Marxism is not the end-all, be-all and end-all of socialism. There are other schools of socialism outside of Marxism. I hate to be the informant. I hate to be the person to inform this. Marxism is not the only thing that exists. It does not encapsulate all of socialism. There are socialists that figured that if Marxism does not work practically towards going to socialism, then maybe Marxism should just be discarded outright. But it's just I think that a lot of people also think that working within the system to achieve something means that you endorse the system. That is also a thing that I have to point out.
Their best example is the bullshit that the right wing pumps out, like all of the left is so mad about Sydney Sweeney, which was like 3 tiny accounts. Although there's an interesting thing to actually talk about there because it started with 3 tiny accounts and then it became a lot of big names defending it. And you're like, stop defending the MAGA propaganda, stop doing the thing. Anyways, that's an aside.
Yeah.
Okay, if you want to.
Yeah, no, I just, because I want to put a pin in that because I think that is a very important point, because this idea of one of the problems we are having on the left in general, but I think the progressives might be having, and maybe Sid will disagree, is that phenomenon that Nasser Erudite just mentioned. It starts with 1 or 2 nitwits, basically, giving a stupid take that conservatives prop up and use as labels to attack. And then, like the geniuses we are, we decide that because the conservatives are attacking it, we have to defend it. And that's exactly, the Sydney Sweeney is a good example of that, right? Started as nitwits, and then the bigger accounts were like, we're going to come to their aid because they're our team and the other side is the other team. And so I do want to kind of like how do we fix that problem? How do we solve that issue?
You must be here on Wednesday.
What do you think, Sid? And then we'll continue.
You must be here on Wednesday, 1 p.m. EST, when I'll be discussing socialism with counterpoints. There's no working outside the system, really. See? Like a Polish socialist.
I think Nasser and I probably agree on this. Is there like an easier name that I can call you? Do I have to keep going, Nasser?
I was about to be like, please just call me Kyla. Just call me Kyla.
Also, you're Canadian, by the way, too, right?
Yes, yeah,
Okay,
but I live in Florida,
perfect.
so I've abandoned.
Okay,
the
cool.
Oh my God,
I'll come back
Florida.
if this ship goes down. Okay, I'll be back. Okay, don't worry.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, cool. What Kayla and I probably agree on is that Kyla, sorry, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Kyla and I probably agree on is that we live in an era of a lot of negative polarization, where people just kind of pick up on negative viewpoints or viewpoints that are totally opposite to what other people are saying, just because that's the way that the kind of political system works. And I don't know if I particularly have a solution to this. I know Kyla probably does, because I know you talk to a lot of people on the ground. You're in like a lot of towards talking to kind of median voters. But personally, I don't know what the way is to fix that negative polarization, because probably the people that you talk to are kind of very politically engaged, at least. So how do you get the median voter to not just fall into a camp based on just polarization from the other camp? I don't know if I have an answer to that. Kyla probably does, yeah.
This is like the great question of the rise of technology. I mean, the greatest thinkers in the world are trying to figure out this question, particularly with incentive structures, right? Even if we found a solution, how do you make platforms employ these solutions when they're going to just nerf it, right? EU, for example, is a really good example. EU is doing a whole bunch of AI reforms to slow AI, and everyone else in the world is laughing at them because, first of all, the EU is not exactly known for its AI development, so you're like policy making on shit that doesn't even have to do with you.
Just want to interrupt. I am an AI developer in the EU, so you're getting very close to home.
Sorry,
Get
I
him, get him.
The EU.
I live in Spain. I'm an AI developer in Spain. So.
Okay, I was talking to I was at this conference talking to a politician from Bosnia, and she was talking about these EU developments. And there was a panel between like Yarsha and a couple of other people, and this was like a really common issue that's brought up, as being like the EU is creating these really probably good, like just to be clear, they're ethical developments, and also there's no incentive for OpenAI to do it in America, and they never will. China definitely won't. China's not going to play ball at all because China is kind of to some degree fighting for its life, particularly since the Great Embarrassment. Like Xi Jinping is obsessed with the Great Embarrassment, and that's a really important thing for him to
fighting
kind of
for its
recover.
life.
And so there's no incentive. So there's like this issue where, okay, well, how do you reduce radicalization on the platforms? It's like probably make them slightly less interesting and addicting, and no platform wants to do that because they want to win. So yeah, there's this question that I don't have the answer for, frankly. I think actually what the more interesting question that I've been trying to do, in part since your like critique and stuff, I feel like Twitter is like the worst space ever, which is why I always try to treat it like a hobby and not like anything beyond that, which is why like I go on it for a while, and then when I'm like, I think I'm becoming an angry bitch, I like stop going on Twitter for like 2 to 3 weeks at a time, which is probably bad for my Twitter growth, but it's good for my mental health, which is, it's probably a more important question to go like, what are we doing to contribute to us even in small ways? Which is a really, really interesting question as well, right? Like, am I, by making a post, lumping progressives together when I work with lots of progressives? So that's probably not a smart tweet of me to make. That also did, I think the tweet did well. I can't remember. Am I doing the thing?
2,000 likes, just FYI, but go ahead.
Oh yeah, so it did decently well, right? So, okay, am I doing the thing? Probably, to some degree, because in some ways I'm alienating a bunch of people that are like, what the fuck, Erudite? Like, I'm a progressive, we're friends, like, you want me out of the tent? And I'm like, oh, no, you're one of the good ones, right? But this is the same shit that like women groups will do to men. And we're like, all men are bastards. And then a man will be like, excuse me. And they'll be like, if you're offended, that's because it is about you. You should be smart enough to know whether it's about you or not. And it's like, maybe we just like don't say all men are bastards. Maybe we do this other thing. So one of the questions here is, how are we ourselves contributing to it? Because that's about all we can control. So that's probably on my part, like the lumping of the left in a way that I think is not helpful. While recognizing that the more nuance I add into my tweets or posts, the less well I'm by and large going to do. Every now and then a nuance post will pop off, but typically not.
No, it's almost always drama that pops off from my experience. That's how I make my bread and butter. But
so there's this,
very clear about that.
Yeah, so there's a Mollix game. Like we've established a Mollix game to participate in the social town square to have enough.
I don't think Marx believed in working outside the system either. If anything, he emphasized the necessity of the system. People tend to blame Marx for things Lenin fucked up. True. That is true.
Influence in the social town square to change minds. Do you have to just be a rat bastard as well? Which that's probably not good. So what does the individual do? Did they participate as ethically as possible? Do you be a rat bastard in the most ethical? You're the most nice rat bastard. Like I don't know. Actually, I don't know the answer to this question. I'm curious your thoughts.
No, I mean, like that's the thing, right? When I had a problem with your tweet, because I know that you and I generally fall within the same camp. I know that even though we might have kind of inherent things that we disagree on, I think that generally, if we were in, let's say we're in Canada and we were in the same political party, we would work towards the same kind of things, and that wouldn't be a problem, despite
I've been streaming for 4 hours. It is 6 a.m. now. This is very boring. Nothing interesting is being said here, and it's just stupid. It's just silly. So I'm gonna raid you to someone and I'm gonna go to bed.
Arguably the most iconic Castlevania protagonist, Alucard is one of the great Bishonen of gaming history. He's an absolutely supernaturally beautiful, immaculately composed, long-haired blonde with unimpeachable aristocratic fashion game. He was altogether less charming on his first appearance in Castlevania 3, though, where far from the beauty of Ayame Kojima's concept art, he was depicted as a rather imperious, sallow-faced mini Dracula with bat-eared hair and a grim demeanor. Symphony of the Night became the defining canon for him, however, and thankfully so, because it is a great design. He is absolutely slathered in the aesthetics of European feudal aristocracy, from that big military coat to the fluffy cravat to the leather riding boots and the many expensive-looking etchings and details on his shirt buckles and inside of his coat. He looks expensive and privileged and a little bit foppish, but not physically weak. He looks like he knows wine and Shakespeare and which fork he used for the entree, but
and it annoys me. This whole inventing of categories annoys me, and it's just Kyla's just spinning a web of nonsense but out of her ass. Has she said anything that makes sense? No, and that is why I think we're just done here.
Also, like he knows how to ride a horse and hunt a boar. And his color scheme is also rather clever. Rather than the typical vampire black and red, his colors are black and gold, like the sun, like the light of heaven. He both looks like his father's vampiric son and like his vampiric father's worst enemy.
Huh. All right. I'm gonna raid you into somebody and then I'm gonna go to sleep. How's that? I have to rest. I have to start preparing for that talk. I have to prepare some political topics. There's so much to do for you as my viewers. Redirect to Riverboat Jack. Maybe one day Riverboat Jack will raid us. Who knows? Thank you very much for calling the stream good. Bye-bye.